Why? They have been candidates and they applied for full membership. We have their documents, so we propose them to become a full member. I don't know if any of you has got the time to read their application, but it's printed together with all the other documents. Page 16. Page 16. Is there a need to open discussion on this?
And page 26, you can see their information that they submitted for their candidate application. Right, or full membership application.
Any comments? You?
Just my question. You can be candidate for 2 years.
Yes. What? Take a look, please.
You can be candidate for 2 years. Here is written for the national director 5 years. How would it possibly do that?
One could interpret this as that they had an organization before. They were officially certified as IAAS, and that same person is still the leader of the association. But good question.
There is kind of hard communication with the committees in Africa, and they have a very different style of student activities in their universities. So it's often for us difficult to understand who they are and what kind of activities they do. But did you have Jenna? Did you have personal contact, emailing with them? Can you tell us your impression of this group?
Okay, so as you may or may not be aware, Coca-Cola held last year's ADM, and Charlotte from Switzerland did attend, and she's online if you want to ask her any questions about the event that they held. What she told me was that they didn't organize a good event, and we've had contact with them since.
She's watching online and she came out to Jenna if she can give a new one.
IP address, yeah, I need to.
I want to take your comments to. You want a discussion that thing to the 5 years national directors.
And Cote d'Ivoire did apply for a development fund funding for the African directors meeting, and we had a lot of trouble getting the proper documents from them, getting them on time, and finally, when we did get documents, they didn't look like they were actually from the university, so we declined their funding for their funding request, which they requested €10,000 for the African directors meeting. So that's another comment that has happened in the past year about Cote d'Ivoire.
So we have like what else
Development funds to fund the African directors meeting.
So in the last years, just to comment on Cleo, it was kind of standard procedure for the executive committee to use a part of the development fund money to help the organization of Africa Directors Meeting. So for some years it was kind of standard to give €1,000 for this organization. The point is that to get the money from development fund, you need to get an application and to provide the expenses that you are doing for the meeting. And the current EC thought that the documents that they provided, they were not good enough to get this funding.
And they could not meet with us to clarify when they asked. And they would also requested that the money was wired to a personal account.
Yeah, the comment on that is like previous years, the EC was more flexible on that. So, like in the year I was EC, we had the possibility to have a Skype meeting during the applicant directors meeting, and and there was an Italian student from my university going there, attending the meeting. So we just like kind of trusted the Skype meeting, and that he was there, so I saw that there were actually students doing the meeting, and that the director's meeting was going on. So we provided this funding, but this year, as they didn't provide the exact documents which are supposed to be provided, the funding was not given.
And we were not able to Skype into the ADM with them, or even before or after the event.
Yeah.
As well.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, please.
Are they online?
Oh, it's online.
Charlotte is online who attended the African Directors meeting in Côte d'Ivoire. And Charlotte is a member of the Switzerland.
You might have listening because you could ask how that situation was.
Maybe can Charlotte just Skype?
Yeah, she would like.
Yeah. Let's do that.
Maybe you can add Charlotte here. Just okay. That's okay.
Charlotte?
Maybe in Canada.
No, I have.
You
Oh,
have
which Skype link?
it?
Yeah, because I have her on my phone. Yeah.
With who should she Skype?
She can Skype with me.
With Jenna.
You want to log
Yeah,
out?
when I log out, I'll get back.
To the student or to the investor?
They are also in the time.
This is for the
Okay, we are not going to put on screen.
okay.
Do we want to have them on screen?
That's more complicated.
Okay, then no problem.
That's
She's
just
not-
you
she's just voice. Yeah, but do just the voice, so it's better finding your phone.
Just put it in online because right here is all online.
Oh, okay.
You twice. Just sort of. Okay. Well, I know what we.
Do you call her?
Yeah, we're calling her. No, no problem. Just explaining the situation.
We're proposing full status. The ECCC proposal is full status.
Proposed it back then. Yeah.
Hello? Hello, Sean. Hi, Jenna. Say hello to the General Assembly. They're listening as well.
Hey, Shark.
Can I come here?
Yeah.
One of us.
Yeah.
All right, so lead the question session. If
Yeah.
there's any questions for Charlotte?
You have any question from
Charlotte?
Charlene?
Hello, Charlotte, it's Teresa, Control Committee. We are discussing the situation of Côte d'Ivoire, and we would like you to explain us your impression about their committee as you have been to the African Director meeting.
How it was organized, or?
Yes.
Yes, and how was your impression of the committee there? Because we are proposing them to be a full member, and we would like to get, your opinion and impression about their committee.
It was like my first event there, so I had not a lot of experience with IAAS, but it was organized, it was okay with some delay or so, but for me it was not sure, or I was not sure if it's like legal that they organize the ADM because they are not a full member, because it's not in the constitution, or it's not like it should be. But this is a point I got later when I talked to Jenna in Poland. So.
More questions?
Comments, questions?
So you also had the impression that Cote d'Ivoire did a good job organizing. Can you hear me?
Can you?
They did a good job.
You had the impression that Cote d'Ivoire did a good job organizing ADM.
Yes, they put a lot of effort and they gave their best.
Okay, so I think there are no.
Did everyone hear what Charlotte said?
They
Okay.
did their best. They did a good job.
Any other? Anything you wish to add?
No.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Any other comments? No? Okay. We can vote now? The proposal status for this year is full member to Cote d'Ivoire. Please raise your flag and vote.
Flags up for full status for Cote d'Ivoire.
So 30.
Okay, they are in.
Yes. Another.
Next.
Croatia.
Croatia, okay. So looks like everything is good with Croatia,
Yeah.
right, Yegor?
Yeah,
We are
they,
happy about their committee.
yeah, they even pay the all debts, so like totally no problem totally with them. I mean, in financial part.
The financial part, no problem about them. The international part, they did like exchange week, and I know many Italians went there and they have been very, very happy of them. So we're kind of happy with yes, Croatia. You want to speak about that? Okay, so proposed status is full membership. Flags up to agree.
For the 16?
Okay.
Oh, 17, so.
17, yeah.
Okay.
Good.
Good. Next one.
So Czech Republic. Czech Republic didn't pay the membership fee. So as it's said by the constitution, we are proposing frozen status. Yegor, do you have updates about their financial situation?
So what about the financial situation of Czech Republic? We talked a lot with them. We're trying to help them to help with funding from university. Previous year they paid from the university. Everything was cool, but this year the university provides them the money, but they spent all this money for exchange week that they made. So actually, they tried to apply for another grant. So maybe if this grant will be successful, they get it, they will pay in November. But until now, they did not pay anything. I mean, this year.
In this case, I would like, it's like single member, like proposal that if they pay until November, then we can have, if there is the number of countries enough, a small GA at EDM and make them unfrozen at EDM if they pay truly November as they are saying. We need first to vote for the proposed status and then to vote for my motion. Okay? So,
Go to and then what language can we
If they will be frozen, they cannot attend international events. if they will be frozen?
Not even exchanging.
Not even exchanging, not any IAAS activities.
Yeah, technical.
Yes.
I'm just wondering if that's legal to offer the committee. That's exactly what happened to Reina or to see.
No, they're still closed.
Yeah, but they tried to.
Okay, so I can explain that. For Constitution, we have General Assembly, which must be at least one time a year during the General Assembly. Extraordinary General Assemblies can be called by in agreement by the full EC and CC or by 2/3 of the members. So in EDM it was an agreement of the full EC and CC to have another General Assembly during the year. And this is completely correct with our Constitution. Yeah, so just that you know, if there is any big item, you will get that like 2/3 of the full members agree, you can ask for a General Assembly and another event in the directors meeting. Most of the times there is the flexibility. If there's like huge important things which cannot wait for the next General Assembly.
Okay, vote for the
Status.
Yeah.
So we first vote for the status. Proposed status is frozen. Flags up for freezing Czech Republic.
Yeah.
One,
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Okay, so at the moment Czech Republic is frozen. So now we vote for my proposal of checking if they pay until November and until before EDM, and in case they do, we open a small General Assembly during EDM to unfreeze them. So we vote who raise the flag up, agree with my proposal. So voting for my proposal.
Sorry.
Anyone?
Can you explain again?
Yes. So my proposal is that they promised to pay until November because they are waiting for the money from university. If they pay until November, in December, when European directors meeting will happen, we will open a special General Assembly to vote that they are unfrozen at the time. So flags up, who agree with that?
1,
Yes.
2, 3.
Sorry.
Sorry.
If they pay before that, could they be unfrozen?
We need General Assembly to vote.
Okay.
I have a.
The first director meeting,
Okay.
and usually it's the end, the first director.
Yeah, but they have exchange with them, so.
Yeah, but there's no.
Yeah.
There's a there's a clause in the Constitution that says the ECCC can give rights back to a committee if everything becomes in good standing, and if the EC and CC are in agreement over this. But they can't give them the full status back, but they could give the rights of the full status back.
Yeah, so like we can allow them to go to the exchange, I will not be control committee anymore, but the new committee can allow them to go to the exchange week. So that can be easily fixed, and I think that it's just an exchange week. There will be, I don't know who will be elected, but I don't think that they will disagree with that.
Any comments? No.
So, voting for my motion for unfreezing them at EDM if everything is correct. Flags up.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 in favor.
Secretaries, would you please write note to PC as to remember to speak with them about this exchange week? Exchange week with the Slovenia, right? Good.
Next one.
Okay, next one is Finland. They paid the fee, we have reports, but no constitution in English. It's kind of easy situation. We propose full status for them. Anything to discuss about that? Yes.
The constitution is repealed or?
They didn't send, they didn't send, like, I don't know, for example, Italy also didn't send, but we have it in Italian, so we said until we don't translate, we don't send. I don't know their specific situation, to be honest, but I believe, they finish. It's like very old term committee, and there was never any problem with that, so. More comments?
Yeah, you?
No, no.
Okay, so we vote for proposed status, which is full membership. Flags up for that. Okay, France is exactly the same identical situation.
Sorry guys, it's correct because it's one correction. It was 16 because
16, the last voting. That's
yeah.
Okay, so for France, there is nothing really important to report about them. And any discussion about France? Yes.
I have regional projects across Europe, and I have been emailing them. They are part of the region, and I've been emailing them, and they have never responded. And also, I've attended many events internationally, but I've never seen anyone from France. Is anyone here in this room in contact with someone from France DC? Because there are meeting minutes, but we know anything more. Because I have nothing.
Okay, the point is that. Oh, sorry, I didn't see
I think we should wait because it's just moving into the
And that is the national government?
I don't know it because when I was friends this summer and I haven't heard anything that but we should really ask Alex for that.
But who is this?
Alex.
Yeah, she said Alex. We have Alex.
Sorry,
Alex.
Okay, Alexandra was executive committee last year, and she's candidate for control committee. So,
she's going to move on here, right? But the committee should be somewhere in Nancy. But my question again, does anyone here in this room, and also DC because there is a meeting, has been in contact with France?
I have information about contracts between Sara, National Director of Italy, and France. And actually, Sara had kind of difficulties with them because they have been asking to have exchange week with Italy, but like 1 year ago, it was one person contacting Sara saying, I'm the National Director of France, we want to organize exchange with you. And then after some months, this didn't happen. So Sara tried again to restore the communication, and there was a new person. So they've been responsive, but it looks like every few months it's a new person. That's the experience of IAAS.
I think the important to this is that they are in contact with Manuel. He's actually the current national director. And what she's saying is that she inherited of IAAS grants in the state in which it was unoperational. So there was nothing, there was no documents in place for her to understand how to run the club or how to do the activities. So I've been trying to coach her since last January. And at some point they were considering going to the EXCO meeting to get her understanding of the exchange program. But unfortunately they didn't have the capacity to actually pay for their play tickets. And to take time off for their losses. So they didn't end up going. And since then, our communication has been really sketchy and it has not been consistent. So I'm also wondering what's the state of IAAS, and that's what I feel like you do exist.
Yeah, that's true.
More comments on that? Let us speak up.
What's the problem if they are paying everything now? So,
Yeah, but there's a discussion.
Yeah, yeah.
There's one there.
Good for year, so I think
Okay, so Miguel is saying we should be active for one money project and try to get them involved more. I will translate.
Non hanno, diciamo che bisogna anche essere attivi alla situazione. Se ci sono è perché voglio partecipare. Invece adesso dobbiamo fare un altro week noi, no? Nel programma, ma non riusciamo a comunicare con loro.
Okay, so the point is that we as Italy believe that it's good they are there, and we will try again to contact them for the exchange week, but we hope that they will be responsive. So let's see if it gets any improvement from them.
don't contact them.
Yeah.
It's just
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so we go voting. No more comments. Okay, so proposed status is full membership. Flags up for full membership for France.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17. Full membership, yes.
Technical.
The country has no constitution. Is the constitution of the international also going on for each country, or is it not the same?
Okay, so just international constitution says that in order to have a member, this member has to have a constitution which is officially recognized with the laws of the specific country. And in this constitution content has to be in agreement with the international constitution. So there is not a specific link about the two constitutions, just that you cannot have anything in your local constitution which goes against the principles of the international constitution. But it has to be a local one which is recognized with the specific laws of every country. Yeah. So yes, Georgia, they are just candidate members for 1 year. They provided the report, and we are proposing them to give the second year of candidate membership to see if they are really starting up for next year. Comments on that? Okay, so proposed status is candidate. Let's up for that.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Georgia candidate.
Okay, Germany, easy one. Compliments to just Germany. Everything is green. They are cool. So if nothing else, knew something special about the Germans that we don't know, we propose full membership and flags up for that.
Should I also?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can. Why not?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 13, 12.
Okay, so it was Bosnia in the same situation. Yes. So we have again a bit specific situation. Yes, Ghana is frozen with deaths, but they will be again new people, as well as Bosnia and Herzegovina that we discussed before. So we are proposing again them to kind of restart from candidate to member with an agreement with the EC about the payment of the debts. Yegor, is that correct? Anything to add?
Nothing. If you have questions, I can
Yeah.
ask questions.
So discussion is open for comments. Yes.
Will they be able to pay their debts in the future?
Actually, they say that we will try. Right now we have vacations, and we will try to start looking for the money in September. But from my point of view, maybe they will not pay because every year they say the same, like 5 years, 4 years in a row.
We are very pessimistic.
Sorry, I'm realistic.
Okay, well,
Now is the full member or is it?
no, at the moment it's frozen. It was frozen last year, so as it's frozen, we have just the possibility either to make them full or to kick them out. But in this case, as is, again, new people, and it looks like that they're not the ones that were frozen and they did the dance, we would like to tell them, okay, you go back to zero and you restart as candidate members, and there should be a discussion with the new EC about the debts. How much is it? You have the page about that, see how much is the debt.
Growth Committee update is on page 21. It's future plans of US Ghana on page 21.
Debt to Ghana 150 euros.
Okay, 150 euros of debt.
And then, more information on their application is on page 27. So that's pages 21 and 27.
It's already good that they took the effort to write reports, to get in contact with AC. So actually, my personal opinion, like control committee advice, is that IAAS lose nothing to give them the possibility to be candidate for 1 year. More comments on that?
Comment here?
Yep. Sorry, I don't see what you are doing.
As I said, there are several years they don't pay or anything, but there are still efforts to 20 years. But I think we should give them some time, like 6 months, and in the 6 months they should have paid the debt back, and if not, we should give them more. Because you cannot let them go like this for further 5 years. We need active study committee. They are active, and I mean their debts are not really high. They can make that effort, and we should just give them some time to pay and then make decisions.
Yeah, yeah.
If you do that, like it's also
Motivation.
no, not motivation. Yeah, it's like you lose motivation from them, like or not. I don't know.
In my personal opinion, if you said there is an active committee, the role of the active committee is pay the membership fee too, right? Because if you don't pay, you're active in the country, but if you don't pay to the world, you don't you don't ¿cómo se dice? Cumplir con tu obligación.
You don't complete your obligation.
Yeah, you don't complete with your obligations, and that is the important for all of us.
Yes.
To say we should to pay the back. I think that we say that they probably won't pay. They'll not want to be part of organization because it's not they're you say they're people. So we should give them a chance to.
They look to be the
They appear to be good people.
What? You wanna?
They're going to be people. They're not necessarily.
It's difficult to say if it's true, we get emails from a new email account.
Yeah, it's not the same email account they were using before. So, and it's new people, so it appears to be a new group calling themselves US Ghana.
It's not your sure.
But there's no way to be certain.
Besides, I'm going to Ghana and not to the doors.
maybe we say that if they can pay all their fees for the next 2 years without any inconvenience, then maybe we can say that they really need people, they really need effort. And if they still have problems with paying back that debt, then maybe you can say, okay, we can, then you really need people that maybe there's some way to see if they can actually make this effort.
Okay, the way that we are proposing is that they have, 1 year of being a candidate in which they can pay just the 150 euros, and then the next General Assembly can again decide if they can stay candidate for 1 year. When you're a candidate, you don't pay a membership fee. So this is helpful for them because we just make them pay the 150 euros of debt, but no membership fee for this year. And in the next General Assembly, if they didn't pay, the situation is still dead, you can take them out the next year. It's not, yeah. And that's the same situation than Bosnia and Herzegovina that we voted before. So I would really love to see that we use the same criteria for both of the countries. But yeah, let's see how the voting goes, and then we compare the two, and in case we really take discussing Bosnia and Herzegovina, it's possible from that.
Okay, we can vote.
Yeah.
Okay, flags up if you propose for this proposed status for candidate member to Ghana.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. You're on a team.
Okay.
Greece.
Greece. They're kind of fine committee. Don't have much to say about them. We are proposing a full status, and I have no information against this. So, is there any comment from you? Otherwise, we vote.
Nobody?
Okay, so proposed status is full. Flags up.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Did I miss someone? Oh, flag goes again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Okay, thank you guys. Greece full.
Yeah.
Okay, Guatemala.
Guatemala, so. Okay, so Guatemala didn't pay the membership fee yet for this year, so the proposed status as for the others that are in the same condition is frozen. But as Jennifer is here, of course we would like to hear which are the plans for the association in their country and everything that she was to tell us before we decide. So maybe someone can translate from Spanish. Right? Yeah, that's great.
Como su estatus que los congelen porque no han pagado
Take a few minutes to read through the reports.
entonces queremos saber qué está pasando en Guatemala, estamos en planes porque la historia de hecho no es candidatos a que nos mandan mejores.
Okay,
Guys, listen to someone.
IAAS has been for 5 years in Guatemala.
Estuvo congelado como por 3 años.
It has been frozen for 3 years.
Y hace 2 años que el comité de IAS, de nuestra bolsa tenemos dinero para pagar los daños que tuvimos.
And 2 years ago, from their own money, not from IAS, from the money from the members, they pay the debt to continue being in IAS, not as frozen, yes, as full members.
Y este último año pues todavía no hemos recibido los fondos para pagar, pero sí queremos seguir y sí queremos pagar.
Okay, and they really want to continue as full members, but they don't have the money right now, and they want to pay, and they want to continue.
Pero uno de los problemas que tenemos es que no somos reconocidos en las instituciones, incluso en la universidad, entonces
And they don't have partners, and the university do not support them. How many members do you have? They have 10 members.
aún no lo conozco, pero sí es famoso. Yo creo que en noviembre, más o menos, depositar una cuenta.
And maybe they will have the money in November. Some questions?
Yeah, from the sanitary question, how are you planning to release the money or how do you think you'll raise or get the money to pay membership fee, and do you have any plans for organizing events or something?
¿De qué manera piensan recaudar el dinero? Y si tienen planes para organizar algún evento.
Lo vamos a cobrar así como lo hemos hecho siempre, con dinero de nosotros. Y pues para el siguiente año queríamos ver si planeábamos ¿cómo me acuerdo que se llama? ¿Llevar? Sí, pero
Okay, they are.
Sí, pero no estamos planeando, ¿no? Todo está con los mismos planeando. Y lo que hacemos actualmente, los planes que tenemos, ¿no? Es ir a las comunidades pobres, extrema pobreza, y les enseñamos a criar animales para que ellos puedan producir su alimento.
They are planning to get the money at the same as they have been doing from their own money. They don't organize any activities, they just pay for the membership fee, and they would like to organize DMA in next year in Guatemala, so they are thinking about it and trying to plan everything. And their main activities are not for getting money. They go to poor communities to help them to teach them how to produce.
No, Sebastian first. Sorry.
If you never pay with your own money, you have some plans to have funds for the next generation, because you can't stay paying with your money all the years. ¿Tienes algún plan para los futuros años lograr recaudar el dinero, porque no pueden seguir pagando por su propio dinero?
Sí, esta última año yo me reuní con el rector de la universidad y me podía ayudar, pero no nos dio un fee específico, pero estamos viendo si es más.
She wants to talk with the university dean. So maybe they can be supported by them, but it's not a real it's not yet a decision.
This is a general problem. We have a lot of countries with this problem, no? And maybe in the evening we have in the itinerary we have a fundraising.
Yes.
Yeah, and maybe we can solve some questions. It's a very big problem.
Yeah.
Not only
And we have fundraising training today, but there is also 2 sessions in which there will be development of new projects for the local committees. So like there will be possibility really like to sit in smaller groups and to think actually to new plans and new true projects to start up in different committees.
yeah,
I'm talking for today, it's just a training, a fundraising training, but then in other time of
yeah, but I'm talking about this
yes.
fundraising.
Yeah, I'm saying that there is still a sheet, it's from before. Yeah, so
Maybe it's to help with Guatemala. We know that the full member status is like 2 requirements, 10 local and pay the membership. We can see that Guatemala has come to local, and Guatemala was the only international participation that got to International Science and Art Festival that was demanded by EC years ago. So it could be like a consideration for you guys. Thank you.
Damien?
I just wanted to know how high are the
They're not that, it's just last year, this year.
This year?
Yeah.
How much money does it?
No, actually they have a debt. So total amount that they have to pay is 300 euros. 300 euros. It's 158 debts and 150 is membership fee for this year.
So now my comment. Here in Guatemala has total members of 40 people, and her plan was to raise money across their member, and you said it's just 300 euros they need. Maybe they can do that. So I trust Guatemala.
Okay, there is a comment? Yeah.
As we are taking few special cases, and she is representing Guatemala. So
could you speak louder?
Why would we be? Thank you, guys. Actually, I'd like to say we are taking few special cases, and the cases from those countries, they are not represented. They don't have any representative. So as from Guatemala, she is here representing his country, her country. So why we are not going to consider this case as a special?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to propose to take this case as a special and give this country few months to pay or something else. Thanks, sir.
So it could be a motion like we did before, that if they pay until EDM, then they can be unfrozen at EDM. Whatever, the first directors meeting after they pay. Yeah. Okay, so we have again 2 things to vote for. First, we vote to for the proposed status to be frozen, and then we vote for the proposal to have them the possibility to be unfrozen in the first directors meeting that is going to happen. Okay, so proposed status frozen, flags up for that.
Frozen until.
No, we first vote for the status and then we vote for the motion. So the first thing we vote for the status, which is proposed to be frozen.
Okay, fine.
It looks like we need more discussion.
Or we need to vote on the second proposal first.
Okay, so looks like it's better to vote first for the motion. So if Guatemala will be able to pay the debts before the next director meeting, when it's possible to do general assembly, always remember that to do general assembly, at least 25% of the full members have to be present. So I don't know, for example, if there is first DMA, but in DMA there is only 3 countries attending, then there is no possibility of doing general assembly. Besides that, it's just clarification. The first directors meeting in which there is the possibility to open a general assembly, they will be unfrozen if they pay their debt. Who agree with this motion? Flag up.
1, 2, 3. You can
take your flag out.
Can you raise again? Sorry, I'll start with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Did I count everyone's flag?
Okay, but 15 is fast. Okay, then it's fast. Now we have to vote for the actual status until day 8. No. 15, yeah. Okay, so I know that it's tiring this session, guys, but if you make to keep the attention up, we make it faster. So we are going to vote now for them being frozen until they don't pay. So status proposed it's frozen, flags up for this.
Everyone understand?
Maybe not.
I don't think everyone understands.
Okay. Yes. So we voted that if we voted first the second part because it would be better for us, and now we are voting the first part. They must have a status until they don't pay, and the proposed status until they don't pay is frozen. So if you agree with this, I mean we can either freeze them or kick them out. You know, we cannot give full status if they didn't pay. Yeah.
Okay, we still have questions. People still don't understand.
Okay, so we are doing like the special cases before. Yes. Then the campaign in general.
Everybody understand
Yeah.
Now we can vote this flags up to.
Yeah, please vote now, guys. Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 15, 16. We're allowed frozen until paid.
So they are frozen but just until they pay, and then the first possible general assembly they get unfrozen. Plus, I think that if they want to attend some meeting, when somebody translated this in Spanish for me. I'm saying that we are freezing them until the next debate, but if they want to have some activity in this period, they can write to the next EC and make an agreement with them to be still able to attend meetings. Yes.
Well, I want to make it clear. For example, she is the only one with this special case who is here, and if they get frozen, they will not be able to vote, right?
No, that's for the, so we are freezing, no, this GA goes with the year 2013 to 2014. If they get frozen until the next GA, they are not able to vote. So who we are freezing now is not able to vote in any other GA that goes after until they are unfrozen. This goes with the status of the year 2013-14, and they are full members in 2013-14. Okay? Yeah.
Is it possible to make this country unfrozen till the General Assembly or something else they talking about? Is it possible?
Could you please rephrase for me? I didn't understand.
You are telling until paying, they would be frozen. Is it possible at that period you are meaning till that they would also be doing activities like we are doing? Is it possible?
It's possible that they make agreement with the new EC for that, and we could, if everybody agreed, we could write in the minutes of the General Assembly that the General Assembly really suggests the new EC to allow Guatemala to attend the meetings even if they are frozen. Does that make sense? We write like especially, not special note, but note to new EC that the General Assembly believes that Guatemala can still take your place to the meetings even if they are not unfrozen, and even if they are frozen. Okay. Next. Wow, easy one. So, what? Okay. Indonesia, it's easy one. Membership fee, it's written as WOGO, but this actually happened yesterday, so the membership fee is paid. We have report, we have constitution, just we are missing the minutes, but we know that they are very active and they are like the best committee ever, so there is not much to discuss besides good things for Indonesia. Yeah.
It's a technical remark, just think of that. Maybe we can ask if someone is asking a question, and then
stand up and speak.
Okay, what I want to propose is that when, like, I stand up now and say, are you Zelda from Belgium? Yes, Belgium. And I propose something because there are many people listening online. They only see the slides, they can't see who is speaking. And if someone has a comment, please say your name in the country. Then people online can, you know what's going on.
Okay. Perfect. So from now on, stand up, say your name, your country, and then speak.
Yeah.
And try to speak as loud as possible, so that also people that are scanning in, they are following the assembly can still understand us. Okay. So comments about Indonesia. Okay, proposed status is full. Voting for that, flags up.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Indonesia full.
Okay. Now comes conflict of interest. That's my own country, but likely we are in a good status. So we just didn't send the constitution, but I can tell you that we have a certified constitution, just we have it in Italian, so we didn't provide it yet in English. If there is anything to discuss, just raise your hand. Okay, so proposed status is full. Flags up for agreement with that.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
Okay, next is Japan. They have been candidate this year. They sent a report of their activities, and actually they say they are having like troubles to start up, but they are still there and they have plans for the next year. They would like to get better. So as there is possibility to be for 2 years candidate member, we propose them the status of candidate for 1 year more. The discussion is open for questions.
I just have a comment. On
Yes.
page 17.
Jenna, you also stand up.
I'm Jenna. I'm the president. And you can read more about IAAS Japan on page 17 of your membership packet, if you would like. They talk about their future plans.
Comments? Okay. Proposed status for Japanese candidate. Please flag up or agree with that.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 17 candidate.
Okay. Next is Malta. Malta was candidate member for 2 years, but now there is really nobody sponsoring us, nothing at all. They are just not there. So we propose this committee to be out of the network until some new people will apply for new candidate membership. Any comment on that?
As we saw them regional member as Nigeria, I can confirm that like I've emailed so many times now that we'll propose the same.
Further comments? Yes, please.
I'm sorry, maybe my friend, she has forgotten what she said earlier. Your name, something else.
Yeah, I just said. My name is Lisa, and
We told that whoever is going to talk, he or she would have to introduce himself or herself.
yes, I just.
But I didn't forget.
It's okay, just technical. No problem. Sorry, yes.
Based on other agency or
Nothing at all. Okay, so other comments? Okay, proposed status for Malta is out of the IAAS network. Flags up.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 out.
Okay, so we are happy with yes, Mexico. Besides that, it say that they pay membership fee here, so Samuel just as first speak up for the situation.
Yes, we will pay here. We have the money. We make some activities in Mexico, so it's just to go take the money. Just that I had some problems with my debit card, so I will fix that and then I will pay. So
Okay.
we have the money to pay.
So I would say we trust Samuel. And further comments? Okay, so proposed status is full membership. Let's vote for that.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Mexico.
They say also voice the end.
Mexico, full.
Okay, Nigeria. There is a bit to say about Nigeria. First, they are a frozen country from last year with debt. So the proposal for us is to take them out of the association. Other information is.
Jenna, President, we do have some email communication with them that they are sending their national director here, but we don't have information for a flight itinerary or when he would be arriving. But I've been working to correspond quite a bit with IAAS Nigeria over the past year to work on improving the relationship between the EC and African committees and other committees in IAAS. And they've been very active in that one and do have a lot of active members, but are having difficulties paying the membership or their debts.
Sorry, you to speak a second with them, but you can speak out for me, yes.
I'm Miguel from Spain, and I went to a seminar in Serbia, and they were supposed to go like 7 or 6 Nigerians, but finally they didn't go. So,
Very interesting.
yeah, but they didn't say anything about
Don't speak up among them yourself. No, make the others understand. No, you can just make it loud and let everybody listen.
I think they didn't, yeah, but I think they didn't say anything or, I don't know, that they disappear or did they say something? Okay.
Can you repeat and stand up?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Nigerian people couldn't enter because the visa. I think they go to the and everything, but then they get visa trouble. That's what I heard from the
Lisa? I'm talking with Lisanne from Belgium. She also says that they were represented at ADM with 50 people. She's in good communication with them, but they are not as organized as the way but like there are many active members. That's what she said.
Can we have someone? Yes.
It's my from the grading system, my following. Just take that sheet and have quick look. Being not paid. Nigeria, then Rwanda, not paid, not paid. At this point, I think we have kind of a big problem with the African economy. They have great motivation, but have somehow difficulties to pay, and that's the main problem. I think we shouldn't get through those countries individually, but look for a global solution to that problem. Because I think it's really important to have communities in Africa that they are part of our work and a lot of input together. But I mean, there are also international rules you have to follow to be in the IAAS. So I think we should look for some global solution for the African continent. Maybe they can put their force together to find a solution. Maybe we should pay some money for the whole continent. We structured itself. We had some trouble between 5 years and for 2 years. Maybe we should take direct contact to them. Maybe the cultural committee to do that, check some relation, check those people, be sure that there is not only motivation, but also some strict committees. I don't know what you're thinking about, but we really should discuss that for a longer time and maybe sometime after this session or doing something about that. Thank you.
Many people. So first I saw Lisanne, then you just agree. Federico and then Jenna. Vai, veloce.
Federico from Italy, no? Che traduci? In pratica abbiamo organizzato Let's Go Meeting, no? 6 nigeriani ci hanno contattato per venire e hanno avuto gravi problemi con il visto. Ci è stato comunicato in pratica che necessitavano di un documento dove noi garantivamo la loro diciamo, permanenza nel nostro hotel e che non scappassero no? Per problemi di immigrazione. E anche il rettore si è esposto, ha firmato, ma non gli è stato rilasciato il visto. Ed è un problema che hanno, che hanno sempre, proprio per l'immigrazione, sia con l'Unione Europea che con l'Unione
Okay, so here is the case of EXCO meeting in Italy. 6 people from Nigeria applied. They didn't get the visa, but Federico is providing more information about that. Actually, yes. So 6 people from Nigeria applied. They didn't get the visa, and Federico is explaining the reasons why they didn't get. And the main reason was our embassy, which follows, I think, the rules of all European Union embassies in this space, asked for a statement in which our committee would have signed up for them that they were staying in specific location and the responsibility for them to go back home would have been up on our committee. So they asked to the rector of university in Sassari if he could take this like legal responsibility, and actually the rector wrote a formal mail to the embassy, and still the embassy didn't give them visa, even with the mail from our rector. So that's just to explain more the situations that they have. Maybe it's not so much into this discussion, but yes, Jenna.
I think perhaps your proposal, Yumi, would be a good time. Jenna, President, perhaps your proposal would be a good time for the project discussion, or even 1 year strategy that will be set at this GA, if that's agreeable to you.
Yeah. And they will propose to find, beside the decisions that we are taking now, to find a solution to avoid in the next years these problematics with payment from just that we make a specific group of work on that in the working session, which will be about projects. So I think the secretaries can write this down that we know to add this working group, and you can already start to think if you're going to be part of this, if you have the energy or the power to give some input on solving this situation. Who is interested, please say to the secretaries so that we arrange it. No, not like that. What? Sorry? Jenna?
Say to the secretaries now.
Not right now, but whatever time, them, so. Yeah. Okay. So the proposal from EC and CC is to take them out. Still, there is open discussion for motions to that, as it looks like that there is not full agreement on that. Please.
Since Nigeria has been in communication and interactive and present in different areas, that maybe a proposal to freeze them, of course that's okay, while we work out maybe how we help that.
We have a problem with this proposal. It's that last year, as our constitution was changed, that you can keep frozen status only for 1 year. So after 1 year, the thing is either you come into again or you are kicked out. And we did the special case before to put them, even if it's not specified in our constitution, to put them back again to 0 point, so to candidate status. In that cases, we did that because they look to be new people. I don't know if makes sense for this case. I'm not so comfortable with this situation because I think it's harsh to take them out because they are active. But on the other side, our constitution doesn't give much room for flexibility on that. Stephen?
And Steve, from IAAS Belgium, is there a way to ignore the constitution or to change it? Because you just said that we would like to have like a session about the situation in Africa, so that maybe it's a little bit too hard to kick them out of the network.
Because there's so many actors that they're all to try to have all these terms, like there's so many types.
Okay, so could I answer? Yeah. No, just about the Constitution. So, I mean, the Constitution, I don't want to make the comparison with, like an actual Constitution, but still, this is the fundament of our organization, how it goes. And as it goes, like for a nation, it's not so good to change the rules every year. You cannot say that a nation that changes its constitution every year, it's a stable nation. And as well, an association that is changing for every specific thing that happened in constitution, it's good. So, for example, I didn't like the change that General Assembly did with freezing status last year, but that was taken by the General Assembly and they proud of that, and the majority wanted that. And we have no amendment on the Constitution about that, so I don't think there is room to change that for just a specific case. But there is room, like we did before, to like get a bit, out of it, with like making them candidate, for example. Too much from me. Sorry.
Lucas, Chile, we can take a decision after the work because this case are very similar, and maybe we can get some solution after that work, then maybe we can take the decision not now, and after that is the
Okay. Yeah.
Similar to Lucas, sorry, Sebastian from Chile. It's a proposal similar to Lucas. It's still frozen now. Keep it frozen. That's the proposal. Until we solution the problem of Africa that is already discussed. And the EDM make a decision if it's still frozen or completely come back. That's the idea. No.
Okay, so looks like we have a list of motions.
Teresa,
yes.
My proposal is after this work, I don't know when, maybe after this, I don't know. And after that, we can talk again of this similar case of Africa. That is not at the
No, but my idea is to give some space to talk with the Nigerian people, see if they can pay or not can pay with their new proposal. That's the idea.
Okay, so if I try to rephrase for everybody, if I'm incorrect, just tell me. We have got before another case which has to be rediscussed at the end of GA. If they pay, they get unfrozen. Lucas is proposing to keep, so we have any way to open again the membership review before GA closes, like the last day. So he's proposing that we discuss also Nigeria in that case. So during this GA, but at the end of it, so that the Nigerian people will most likely arrive. There will be working session about how to solve their problem with membership fee, and still the decision is taken during this GA. Yeah, that's the motion of, let's call it motion 1 from Lucas. Let's give the time to the secretary to write it down.
All decisions over African countries?
No, just for Nigeria.
No. Yeah.
But we have already voted.
What? No.
Many of them. Yeah.
No. This is the first.
No.
No.
We voted about of them. But the others were, I mean.
But it's different because we did more risky. Right?
Yeah.
Or you want to say you can even renegotiate.
Yeah.
Those things that we say African countries will be excluded from our procedure now, and we'll come back to that at the end.
Okay, but we would keep the votes that we have already taken, but rediscuss them, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. Yes.
Marco from Spain. I think this is more important than we think because it's not only like a personal money, but as agricultural students, we should try to help them, like not only changing the constitution or whatever, but thinking about the potential they have. like what we can do in our countries has nothing to see with that. Where like we all know how the situation in Africa is, so helping them would be like not only helping their IAAS committee or whatever, but that could lead to those like real people who's starting stuff. So I think this should be like a priority to us, Jamie said, to think for a global solution for Africa. Make, I don't know if you would agree with me with this, but we should need like a meeting just for this, to think of the African situation and how we can fix it. Not only for the money, but for the for what this can lead to. Like I think IAAS in Africa can do way more, like real stuff than any other committee or organization can do. I need to explain myself very well.
Yes. Lucas from Chile. I think the problem is not the money, because it's not much money. What is the membership fee of?
150 euros.
Yeah, and it's not much. But in compare with other countries, big countries. Yeah. But the thing is, Paco said it's very important because the money is not the participation is I offer that way.
Lisandra? What are the possibilities for us? We don't have a project. What are the possibilities now to vote for? Because Constitution says out. Because they can't do the process of it.
Yeah, but
what are we discussing?
yeah, we are discussing to keep, like, we could, for example, give them the special candidate to membership like we did with other countries, or if we are good enough, for example, we could find a solution to make them pay. Yes.
Can we vote for this proposal from Luther? If we say we either postpone the whole thing or we discuss for this now it's still in circle.
Yes. Yeah, I wanted just to finish it and then we vote. So if we are able to find a way to make them pay or to find a solution, then we can take them into. Otherwise, at the end, either we take them out or we give the special candidate membership. Besides that, I've got kind of an idea, which I don't know if it fits because it's just running in my mind right now, so take it like Teresa idea right now. One possibility could be like that they apply for development fund in order to pay the membership fee. That are free money from IAAS that are just for helping the developing countries with their IAAS activity. So it would make sense for them to apply for this grant from us to pay the membership fee. It would be officially taking the money from one pot to the other pot, but it would actually fit. Looks like this is not a long-term decision, so I would keep that for discussion in mind for the other time. So as Cleo said, before we go in loop, Paco speaks very short and fast, and then we vote on the motion of Lucas. You were with the hand up. Yeah, sorry.
Paco again. I think like this is serious. Like I want to present a motion to take some time for another TA and like talk about this African situation and see what we can do and stuff. At least brainstorm or whatever. Not just think about it now and be like if they're in or not. But take some time, think about it slowly and steady and see what we can do.
That's the motion of Lucas.
During one of these days.
Yes, that's the motion of Lucas. Yeah.
Just one small comment about development fund. Main debt that they have, like it's 400 euros. It's going from exchange program. So they sending students abroad and they not paying membership exchange pro fee. It's like different things, you know.
Okay, looks like we really need a full immersion discussion on this thing, and that the time which is called in the schedule the project for committee that time will be used for solving this problem. So this is the motion. We don't vote it now. We take that time to discuss it and to find a solution, but after that, the next day of General Assembly, we must vote it. Make sense? Is it? Okay, so this is in agreement with what Lucas wants to propose. So now we vote for his motion. If you agree to take this way of doing, flags up.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Unanimous.
Okay, easy one. Pakistan. Pakistan is candidate. We have got contacts with them. We have all their information in English and they have reports. So we are just telling them be candidate another year, and then if you're strong enough, apply for full membership the next year.
And you can see more. Oh, sorry.
Yes, there is a lot about them in the.
Starting on Jenna, President. Starting on page 18, you can see their annual reports about their activities.
It's kind of long and
it's 3 pages.
Yeah. So discussion. Okay. Proposed status is candidate. We are voting now for that. Flags up.
17. Pakistan candidate, unanimous.
Okay, next issue again, it's Poland. We have all their information, and again, they didn't pay the membership fee, but they because they are the actual organizing committee of executive directors, the European directors meeting. We should really give them big compliments because they saved IAAS International in a very hard moment. I mean, they've been able to organize one of the most important meetings of our association with very, very short time, and they've been great on that. So, yeah. Okay. Is there any discussion? Good. Proposed status is full. Flags up.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Full and full.
Okay, guys. Another thing to think about. We are in Europe, so it should be easy stuff, but it's not. Portugal didn't pay the membership fee, so as constitution, we have to propose them to be frozen. The problem is that, or an issue is that they are being voted for hosting next EDM, and that's a constitutional meeting, and it's not possible for a frozen country to organize a constitutional meeting. So that's just for you to know the situation that we have in Portugal. Yagor, do we have updates about their financial situation?
Right now, nothing special. Like they don't, as they say that Yahor from Belarus, they didn't pay like 2 years in a row, and they exchange fees and membership fees. And previous year they didn't pay because they have a problem with the change of bank accounts. But this year, I know they just not pay. We have a lot of conversation with them, but we don't find any solution.
Who is first?
Steven from IAAS Belgium. Do you think they will be able to have enough funds for organizing EDM?
They can't pay their.
Yeah, they can't pay a membership fee. Will they have enough money to organize EDM?
Actually, Yahor from Belarus actually asked Portugal quite a lot of committees, and they quite have a lot of partners and sponsors. So I think that they have money enough for everything. It's just maybe a problem in communication with committees and something like this.
Yeah, I would like to comment on that, and then it's Damian's turn. From what I know about Portugal is that they are a huge local association. So they organize a lot of local activities and they are very, very active. So I don't know if this not payment of IAAS fee is for mistrust of the usefulness of IAAS International or for whatever reason, but doesn't look to be a money problem. There is Damian, then Emily, then Jenna. And then you.
It's someone from Portugal. So
On Skype.
Yeah, so I'm trying to.
Yes, if you want to Skype in, the speakers here speak later.
Then I was just wondering if we had a plan B for ETN.
Senate President, no.
But we must find if they get it. Yeah, I have just a small input about IAAS Portugal. I've had a lot of contact with them writing the applications for EM, and they've actually started to submit some proposals. So I'd just like you guys to think about the legal implications for them. If we freeze their status, how it's going to affect those propositions and the individuals that put them forward.
Are we ready for Skype?
Okay, Jenna, President, I have a comment to make. It seems to me from the conversations I've had with the national director and then Nuno, the local director of IAAS Porto, who's actually hosting the European directors meeting, it looks like that the local committees are disjointed from the national committees, and they aren't so united as national committees, but are a lot of strong local committees. So that could lead to this problem of not being able to pay the national membership. Is that just as separate chapters, they're not coordinated enough.
Yes. Federico, you want to say anything?
Yeah.
Oh, no. Yes.
Can I propose, I'm Miguel from Spain, can I propose to postpone this country like 3 or 4 positions so they can be ready?
Yes.
Okay.
Damian?
Yes, then my proposal is if it's only an organization program and not one program, Portugal is part of the Euro community, they are well organized, they know their rights and all that. I mean, we should be them until end of order to pay that. If so, then it's all good, and if not, then we close them and we find another country for ETN. Because I think there should also be an example for you. Thank you.
Okay, so let's just go to the next, which looks to be easier, and then we come back to Portugal after they make to Skype with one of them. Russia, compliments to just Russia, we have everything from them, so comments? Okay. Full. So we just want them to be full. Yeah. So proposed status for next year, it's full. Flags up for that.
I'm just
17, Russia, full. Okay.
Yeah, so it's Rwanda, but we said we speak about the African countries at the end of GA. Oh, God. Yeah, God, make it happen.
Yeah.
Okay, so Serbian, we spoke with them yesterday. They said they were going to pay today as the bank was going to open. Do we have updates about that?
Yeah, but actually, if you know, European Union transfers, they come immediately to account. So right now I didn't get anything, and I was set up with my.
Yeah, not you.
But to use the European Union bank system, it's a special bank account, and
it comes after 3 minutes. Yeah.
But actually, I sent him provide me like receipt that you already transferred, stuff like this. So nothing like no comment, nothing, no information from him at all.
Okay, so my proposal is to do like we did last year. We freeze them. If they pay until the end of WOCO, then we unfreeze them in the last session of WOCO. Okay, so first we vote for freezing them and then for my motion. So proposed status is frozen, flags up.
Okay.
Oh, we don't have to. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
I'm going to go to this option.
8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Okay, so
Serbia,
yes, it's frozen right now. My motion is that if they pay, as they say, before end of WOCO, we unfreeze them in this WOCO. Flags up for my motion.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and Guatemala not present.
Yes, Miguel wants to add something.
In Serbia, I would just want to add that Serbia is now really active. They did like kind of a seminar in October, November. No, but the one before and after they did another one, and it was really nice. And there are a lot of people now. There are
So we really believe it's a matter of few days.
Yeah.
Slovenia, it's easy. We just don't have a constitution in English. The rest it's all fine. So proposed status is full. Anything to comment on that? Okay, so proposed status full. Flags up.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
Okay, just in situation is membership fee for this year not paid. I don't spend much more. Does Miguel can speak to explain or Paco, whatever?
Yeah, we just had to change. Well, Paco first made. We just had to change the whole structure. Because I just came back to Spain. He's leaving now, so we had to change the president stuff and with the paperwork. We had to change the bank account and stuff. So that's the problem. I guess we can pay. We can make it work and pay online before WOCO ends.
Yeah. I think we can pay in a few days. Only Easy didn't know how it worked about the Expro things, so we couldn't pay an amount that we didn't know.
Yes.
So we will pay now. Jahor told us what the amount is, so we will pay.
So clear for everybody. There was a problem with new members getting into a new account. Plus, as many of you might know, it's difficult to get good Expro fees. to get the right amount that each committee has to pay. But besides this, they are willing to pay before end of WOCO. So I propose, as before, we vote to freeze them first. And then I make a motion that if they pay until end of WOCO, we unfreeze them. So, voting number 1, we freeze yes Spain temporarily. Flags up for that, don't get tired, guys.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Okay, my motion. If they pay before end of WOCO, we unfreeze them. Flags up.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Can we make that the universal rule? As always?
Yeah.
But there's a lot of Switzerland is a lot of story.
Okay, guys. Looks like everybody's very tired. Is that true? Okay. So, yes. I know that we are still to finish. So I got asked by David to get a break. So wait. We must finish this before lunchtime. We have more than 1 hour for lunchtime, so if you want, we can take sharp 10 minutes break now, and then use 10 minutes of the lunchtime. If we take break now, please be on time break. If we say 10 minutes, come back in 10 minutes.
How long do you think it will take after?
He knows about the
I
don't know who will organize the EDM.
Yes.
I propose that we take lunch now for 1 hour and then come back and finish it for the training session at 1. Or at 2 o'clock. Because we could have lunch now as well, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, but really, 1 hour sharp. So it's
55 minutes.
55 minutes. At 1, we really want to restart speaking. So make sure you are here 5 minutes before.
Okay, so adjourn.
Yeah.
For lunch. Yeah.
Che abbiamo domani? Domani dovremmo avere, guarda, 17.
Ah, ok, allora lo proponiamo che si
Questo,
discute all'inizio.
Come te controllo? Ok, sì. Perché così diciamo che è più... Oggi finiamo il trattato.
Ok, lei la vuole proporre Sara? Vuole essere anche su Skype?
No, ha detto di farlo lui. Ha detto che non c'è problema, tanto è semplice.
Ok,
se
Jenna,
vuoi lo posso
Vabbè, aspetta, per quest'anno ormai l'abbiamo già fatto. Per quest'anno No, per il futuro, non si organizza, perché già mi ha detto che comunque nessuno si vuole. Adesso lo chiamo, non mi sembra che però sarebbe bene che adesso forse c'è sentito adesso
No. Oh, ja, das meine ich ja.
Oh, ciao, ciao.
Ciao,
Comunque, allora, ti volevo dire, no? Cioè, tu mi intendi un emendamento in modo tale che se non paghi, oppure vuoi che... Ok.
Però possiamo fare due cose. Allora, facciamo l'emendamento sicuramente, e in più, se tu vuoi, possiamo anche fare una mozione in modo tale che noi, che abbiamo organizzato quest'anno, facciamo la prima volta, l'anno prossimo non parliamo. Capito? O facciamo una... Cioè, allora, se tu vuoi... Ok. Ok, allora noi facciamo così, noi facciamo l'emendamento, praticamente l'emendamento sarebbe però altre persone stanno facendo. Quindi no, facciamo l'emendamento, anche se la persona ce l'ha accettare per discuterlo, sicuramente ce l'ha accettato, no? Se ce l'ha accettato per discuterlo, noi proponiamo che l'anno prossimo l'istituzione si separi le scuole. E quello succede quando nell'agenda che c'hai c'è la discussione dell'emendamento. Noi proponiamo che facciamo discutere invece, se noi vogliamo fare altra discussione, la mozione la possiamo preparare oggi e discutere domani mattina appena si apre la generale, quindi c'è una mozione speciale che quando ho visto gli altri non hanno pagato, non parliamo che anche l'Italia è disposizione della Costituzione per quest'anno non passi l'anno prossimo. Noi la facciamo anche questa. Ok. Sì. Va bene. Allora va bene. Perfetto, noi prepariamo tutte e due e poi vediamo che cosa. Ci portiamo le due che l'Italia compagni dell'anno prossimo, che lei la Costituzione,
Ma quindi se non c'è il portavallo, se non c'è il portavallo ci prendiamo se non c'è il portavallo ci prendiamo e che tu ascolta, fai una cosa, titolo informativo, no? Prova a vedere a titolo informativo, perché tanto è una discussione che uscirà fuori a fine congresso, perché tanto del portavallo si parla anche per la giornata, e poi si vedrà.
Sicuramente si deciderà che se loro pagano entro la fine del gruppo, li scongeliamo, se invece non pagano,
sono congelate e non lo possono fare, quindi prova a vedere gli altri se qualcuno. No, infatti, no, se non pagano non lo organizzano.
perché sono congelati e non possono utilizzare.
Quindi glielo revocano. Glielo revocano. Infatti la domanda è stata fatta è proprio che avete un milione di riserva? No, non c'è nessun'altra cosa che la capito? Certo. No, non lo so. Sì. No, tu vedi, prova a sentire gli altri. No, giusto così, cioè, proprio molto per sapere, no? Perché è possibile che non ci siano candidati, magari ci si mette d'accordo in qualche modo. Ok?
Ciao Sara!
Dai, poi ci sentiamo allora. Dai. Come si chiama?
Baik, baik. Oh ya, pakai flash ya. Mas, ini. It doesn't work actually. Sarah.
Praticamente. Sì. No, veramente, cioè, con Clarissa, noi, cioè, l'artista io ma io nel senso sul parte
e per il Canada io sinceramente non so, capito perché il sistema che loro non sono ufficialmente registrati nella loro noi ieri abbiamo parlato con una ragazza che
Quindi ci sto capendo
sì. No, ti posso chiedere, sì. Le altre cose poi ti facciamo sapere che la mozione deve rendere e niente, tutti la giornata sempre. No? Perché? Stai bene. Perfetto. Ciao, bella.
Andiamo a mangiare?
Sì.
There is someone in the right.
Yeah, I'm staying here. So
Però questa storia l'ho raccontata, ma anche per lei.
no, sicuramente ragazzi non mi piace che l'idea perché è un bel
Sì,
Quelli che prima sono sempre so bene,
però non c'è, perché loro erano prima, guarda che è una giornata
Sì, vero?
la giornata che ho organizzato in Centro Sardegna, no?
Are you coming?
No, I'm not coming.
This is like you're studying or something.
No, it's because I'm doing this meeting on fundraising this afternoon with Andy, and I just learned that yesterday.
Okay. Good, good. See you later.
Cool.
Sorry, but I forgot your name.
Emily.
Emily, you from?
I'm from Canada.
From from Canada, I know. Rebecca. No, not Rebecca. We met in Italy, in Sardinia.
Justine.
Justine, yeah.
I'm talking to her mom.
How is she?
She's good. She's working in her UK for the summer. And yeah, maybe she runs her own company.
Okay. Why you don't go to have lunch?
No, I was taking a lunch. And I have to study. Well, not study, but I'm working on a presentation and stuff.
Okay. I will know. Curiosity.
No worries. Have you eaten?
No, because we.
Oh, that's true. I'm sorry.
No, 1 second.
But you're from Tajikistan, right? So your main religion or your state religion would be Muslim?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any others like minority religions? Or?
Yes.
Okay.
Christian?
Okay.
Bahawi?
What would that be?
Bahawi.
Bahawi?
Yeah.
I'm not sure what that is.
Yeah. I also learned about this religion. It's not a famous religion. It's I learned about it maybe 5 years ago, or a few person, but normally Tajik people, all of them looking for Islam.
Okay.
But we have also Buddhism, some places it's not Tajik. Russian people, we have a lot Russian people, they're Christian.
Okay.
Like this.
In Canada, we're technically Christian, but no one practices. So.
it's easy idea.
Yeah. It's not always clear, like, I guess the president position gets a lot of press. But like other positions don't always, and I'm not a very big party person, so like people don't get to know me favorite things. So I guess like not, although a lot of people know what I do, it's just that I'm not as promoted as much, since I'm not like always partying with everyone.
And how many students working easy?
Well, ECs comprises all positions, we have a president.
Yes, like for example, yeah.
And then you'll have external relations, finance, communication, and exchange. So that makes about 5 students. And
Asusti,
yeah,
Yegor,
yeah.
Jenna, you, and who is the communication?
Konstantinos from Greece.
Who?
Konstantinos from
Konstantinos.
Greece. But he quit, so then
Does anyone come from Nigeria?
no, not in the EC.
No. Someone did registration in WOCO?
No, so there's like a possibility that they will send a delegate, but that's all the information that we've received. They haven't specified when, they have not provided flight information, and they have not paid a participation fee for WOCO. So it's kind of unclear, you'd be surprised if they do it then.
Huh. Staying prudent. Okay.
So what are you studying?
Sorry?
Now what are you studying?
Actually now I'm PhD and I little change my education and now I'm doing my PhD in agrobusiness.
Oh.
Because I'm now a little bit work in one center of quality management center. If you know, now Tajikistan coming in trade, international trade since 2 years ago, and now we try to work with farmers and technological fabrics to explain what is mean international certification, like for example, Global Gap, HAAS, ISO.
So you're basically trying to do a knowledge transfer with the farmers. So
yeah, we explain and we work with them, and someone from another country, international company who can give for farmers or companies certificate. We prepare all of this, and they will come in and check if everything is okay. They can take for farms or company certificate, and then after that they company can produce and they can sell in
the foreign market.
Yeah.
So is it that you're getting foreign interests, like foreign companies that are coming up and that they're buying productions from different farmers to sell as their own brand, or it's actually the farmers that are like marketing towards external markets?
Yes, so it's a little bit. Another company don't coming out for our. Maybe they're coming, but we have now we work together with some organization, international organization. They help for farms to find customers in the foreign countries.
Oh, okay. So they're helping them evaluate markets.
Yeah, it's a program which sponsor is, for example, Europe committee,
Yeah.
and GIZ, we have a GIZ, it's a Germany organization. They help this program.
Yeah.
For example, this organization, international organization, it's local organization, this farmer, and this is customers. International organization made a project,
Yeah.
and local organization do this and help to see together this part of, and local organization wants to that another one people who buy here and sell here without people because it's good for farm and customers can see how this farm produce our productions.
So basically, the goal would be for eventually to have like a customer supported agriculture, or no?
No.
Okay, so you just want to have like no middleman.
Yeah.
Essentially.
Nice. And what are you studying in Canada?
Doing my second undergrad. I come from a background in forestry and chemistry. And then I wasn't sure what I wanted to do. So I kind of worked for a bit, and then I was like, okay, I want to do this. So I went and got environmental engineering. And now I'm focused on soil sciences. So I want to work with, well, it's for sure I want to have some impact on food production, but I'm more interested in rehabilitating soils, like from either mining companies or from the tar sand production, or completely like from like terrain that was contaminated from different like materials or components, and restoring that to a state that we can produce things on it. I'm also interested in making molecules, fertilizers, and pesticides. So that's kind of the research that I'm interested in. But ultimately, what I really want to do is I want to teach at university. So I'm going to finish this and then do my master's and PhD in teaching.
That's good.
So yeah.
I also like to teach students, but
Hi. How was your lunch? No, I was staying with you. I just check everything. Was your food good?
Food, yes.
So what did you guys have?
Great.
Okay, great. Awesome. It shows that you like running and take care of what you think too. But yeah, you were saying you also like to teach students.
But I have a short practice. But I'd like this.
Yeah.
Explain to see what do you see and have a. I want to what I had a mistake. I want to say our students don't do this. I try to explain this because we have a one law that you don't need to do something which you know.
You don't have to repeat a mistake. It's kind of hard to teach.
Did you enjoy lunch? I don't think that I'm hungry. That's fine. Yes, very presentation.
Oh, that would be just fun.
You've got such lively students. These are the ones that my cousin having as a gardener. Whenever real places like that, I might bring them.
Who's your cousin?
I'm just staying in his apartment for the summer.
Oh,
Help yourself. And I brought some carrots.
Oh, you have a Swiss section?
Mm-hmm.
Tell me why. I'm not sure that I'm
That's good right there.
So, how big is the farm that you have?
It's 2 acres. 2 acres. I don't know hectare to acre conversion.
No, that's fine.
Okay, yeah, 2 acres. I got a little bit of house too. I don't know if like maybe for the cabbage. About 2 acres, and yeah, it's a club, so we work 3 hours a week and then get the vegetables. And
Oh, that's great. So it's not like you're not paying in advance to support.
Well, we pay $50, but that's just cover seed and that sort of thing. So,
That's a big deal.
yeah.
Is it organic?
It's not certified, but it's grown organically. Yeah.
Okay. And it grows sustainably?
There are a lot of things we could do to improve. We need more perennial plants, in my opinion. It's like all annuals. We have a very small urban berry patch, but it's very small. Drip tape, which is plastic and leaves. Buy that probably every 2 or 3 years, so it's going into the trash. It's not great. If you need to go there, don't let me stop you. We can keep going through it.
I realized I'd be like sitting the PowerPoint slides and else.
Do you use the presenter view when you use PowerPoint? With your notes underneath?
No, actually, I'm used to not having notes at all. And just having like a pointer or more different. And just like click this on your feet and like just go before it's easy. But now that like I'm so cool conducting it, and I just like today I'm like, I'm gonna do slides and but it's gonna be like in a really conversational fashion because like people are nice, like have the respect for everybody, you have to like accepting something.
Notice.
So this way it's gonna be really easy for them to practice.
Understand what you're saying.
And it's gonna be a lot more interactive and we're not gonna go involved. Not fine, but just like times that you get fun with. It's like some of them, yes, but I'm not really stressed out. I'm more like just off fun. Sometimes you should remember.
Is this usual face?
Yeah, just no. There's always a lot of people over the streets and there's a lot of fish. So far it's not so bad, but now we have to speak Ukrainian because the Canadians it's just for school. Blah blah blah, and they're actually going to call the national anthem. She's going to do a concert with them. And then I'll have to do it guys. It's actually this is what's really happening. So that's going to happen. So yeah.
When is that meeting with the Canadian National Director? Is that still?
I don't know,
it's a lot to do in 5 or 6 days, however, in general.
It is, but it would be so. Yeah.
Let's go for us because actually, they're on like
and if you don't like cookies, I can make
and also and then my recipe is not yeah,
A group Skype meeting where everyone just has to sit there and talk.
So a lot of them and then the students are studying usually doesn't get the
This is actually from the fifth story. Yes, the girl. Yeah, yeah.
It's like, it's not, I don't know how commonplace it is, but because it's sort of like frowned upon. It's, I think it's perceived as for people with low incomes.
It is here too.
So it's kind of like, what would you do if you could perceive as it'd be like really good, like,
You're going to turn it for the iPad? For iPad? It's the same thing, but iPad, I think it charges a little bit premium for iPhone or for iPhone. Because for iPad, it's this one. Can you go? This one. Yeah, maybe I have it. Just a little bit, because it's no battery.
I think it's my room.
Yeah, I have the same in my room, but
Yeah, I don't have it with me.
okay, it's okay. Thank you.
why would they? I don't understand what justifies them, like, extending the cost of the.
Yeah, the brand that they, I think they like go through the drug stores and take them.
Yeah, but it's then again, it comes back to saying, well, we can make it nice things. Which is kind of posing.
I don't like shopping at the ones that have like the mystery stuff because it's not as fun as when you're at the
I guess sometimes I always find something. So like I would like maybe that like also very I put something recent rise in cases that people have been so it's like,
water wants to like how them
or intense. And then I think what I wanted to do, I was really like so and I was like,
So are you doing Yeah, that would have been way too long. Yeah. The bioremediation
And just let me know whenever you're ready to go. We're not in any rush. That's fine. Come on
yeah, we're gonna try to keep it allowed. It's kind of funny, right?
No, she did.
As did I. Phew. Good? Yeah.
People, sit to your tables, so we see who is missing.
No, because I'm.
Jennifer, you have to start. You will start the live. Okay.
Yeah, what? Email, please.
Can we do roll call?
Okay. Okay, so before to start,
Sit down, please. Sorry.
we make sure all the countries are there and we are allowed to start again. The voting person for Belarus, just raise your hand if you're here. Yeah, Belgium, Chile, yes. Germany, Guatemala, Indonesia, Italy, Mexico, Russia, Slovenia, and Croatia. Yes. Spain and Serbia. They look like the same.
Yeah.
Okay, Sweden, good. Tajikistan, and Switzerland. Okay. So we're missing Spain.
Maybe you like it.
And Serbia. And Serbia. Okay, we wait for, yeah, you take it over, yeah. Okay, just a few announcements before that we start again going through the countries. First, clarification, because during lunch I got to understand that that was not clear for many people. I'm holding this session because the Constitution says that it's task for control committee to do the membership review, not because I'm overtaking the work of the chairperson. Just that it's clear for everybody why I'm doing it. For the next sessions, they will be moderating it. Yes. Yeah. Okay.
I am agree with.
Good. So, secretary, tell me, where did we stop? Okay. Spain was done or we still at fault?
Spain is done, and Switzerland, I believe.
Okay. No, really Sweden.
Sorry.
Easy again. So, they are good with the financial part and with reporting their activities. As you see, we have many members here from Sweden, so looks like easy. I would propose full status. If there is any discussion, raise your hand. Okay, so proposed status for Sweden is full. Let's vote now. Raise the flags.
3, 4, 5, 6, okay, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Sweden, full.
Switzerland. Good situation also with Switzerland. We have their president GA. I would say not so much more to add. So proposed status is full. Anything to discuss? Okay, so proposed status is full. Let's vote. Flags up.
3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Switzerland, full.
Tajikistan, again, a good situation. We have a member present here, so not so much to add. Proposed status is full. Any comment? Okay. I'm always just counting 10 seconds to let everybody has the time to think that you want to speak. Proposed status is full, so let's vote. Flags up.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. You can stand full.
Okay, so we have finally good place in which freezing the country worked well. So Thailand, the country member was frozen last year. They paid their debts, they sent reports, so that's all right with them. We would like to propose them for becoming again full members, and Jenna was to answer.
If you want to find more, Jenna, President, if you want to find more about IAAS Thailand, you can find their country report on page 22 and 23, and then also their application on page 29. And why they were frozen last year was because it was actually a professor who was running the organization, but now that's been clarified with them, and it should be not the case any longer. That's understood that it is an advisory role only.
Okay, so we want to discuss that. Steven?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, like in the country report of Thailand, is that they
Could you stand up?
Okay. Still from IAAS Belgium, in the country report of IAAS Thailand, they said that they placed 2 students in Austria, but there is no commitment.
No, but there is the year, it's in 2000, whatever, before.
11 and 12.
But that,
But I was just wondering.
no, I think we,
But
because,
я хочу відлов from and we like we visit committee in Austria just like 2 years ago, so it's quite
it's
possible.
possible, yeah. And actually, we have frozen Austria 2 years ago in Belgium, as I remember, because there was not any more students active in IAAS, but they were just active with Expo. And we thought that it was just one person organizing Expo, and we thought that that was not really making sense. So it fixed that information. Okay, so any further questions? Okay, proposed status is full. Let's vote now. Flags up.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Silence, full. Woo, congratulations.
Okay, Togo is again the situation with African countries, so we skip it for the moment. Just for your information, on Friday we have from 4 to 6 p.m. It's a session which is called State of 1 and 3 Year Strategy. This is wrong. It's meant to be brainstorming about new projects, and that will be the occasion to work on the situation of African countries. So make sure you start like brainstorming before, like among yourself, and there will be 2 full hours to get out with a solution for that. Yeah. And Daniela will be moderating that. So there is also room to decide how to organize this meeting. There is already some ideas from Cleo. So also speak among yourself to see also how you want this session to look like. Okay. USA, compliments to USA because they provided all the information, well, not too hard for them to provide the constitution and videos in English, but still they've sent it, and mostly because they are organizing the workers, so just thank you for that. So, besides that, we propose them food. I guess there is no discussion to do. Okay, so propose status full, flags up.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. USA full.
Okay, case of Venezuela. They have been candidate member for 2 years. They sent the report, so they are actually active, but they are not willing to become full member this year. Looks, yes. I don't have the
latest. Yeah, okay. Janet, President, I've been communicating with them, and they were wanting the materials for full membership status. You guys sent them previously, but they're wanting them again. So as of now, it looks like they're interested in applying for full membership, but it didn't make the deadline of today.
Okay. So I was proposing them to be candidates for 1 year more. So we would vote for them to be candidates for 1 year more if they provide the application for the full member during the GA. Then when we have all the other decisions to take, we also rediscuss them. Yes, please.
What is the difference between candidate and
full member? Okay, so a candidate member is allowed, people from a candidate member are allowed to take part in the meetings, to be present, but they have no voting right. And more important, they don't pay the membership fee because they are just getting to know the association. So, but if they want to become full member, we are happy with that. They just have to provide the application. Emily?
Are you clear, like, with the member, like the difference between the two members, or am I going to that?
Could you stand up and speak loud?
I was just wondering if you're finishing with the clarification of the two memberships, or just asking about.
Could you rephrase it?
Okay. Am I cutting you off when you finish in clarifying like the difference between the two memberships? Because I wanted to point out something about Venezuela.
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to let you guys know that they've been doing a great job organizing the EMA, and it's solely because of the political unrest in their country that it was not held this year. I assume that it was also because of the political unrest that they have not been competing, that they were necessarily a full membership, because we've had contact with them consistently throughout the year. We have them on a lot of tables, and their interest is definitely there. Just to point that out.
Madam President, I confirm what Emily is saying.
Would you propose like a different motion just to make them full now, or do you agree with my motion? You agree with
I support your one.
Okay.
Would you talk with Lucas from Chile? Maybe we can talk with Saul because during the workshop.
Maybe he's online a lot.
What?
Yeah, so my idea is that if they provide the documents in the next days, the very last session when everything will be taken all again for the not defined countries, like who paid, who not paid, and so on. We also take again Venezuela. If the document is there, we just make them full automatically. If we now vote for candidates. Okay, so to voting again. First, we vote to have Venezuela's candidate member again. Flags up.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
Okay, so as far as the second voting, we vote that if they provide the application for willing to be a full member, as it looks like that they want, automatically they become full member if they do it during the days of General Assembly. Flags up.
3, 4, 5, 6, 17.
Okay. Now is the case of Ukraine. So this is a special case, and it looks like we still have time until 2 p.m. So I will shortly explain what is the matter. Then I will give you 10 minutes to watch the reports which you have on the table. You have a national report from Ukraine and a financial report from Ukraine. After these 10 minutes, we have short discussion and then we vote. So the story about Ukraine is that since 2 years ago, it started having some problems of communication, and there was a problem with the export program for them because it was not clear if they were using it like for sending people for work. So like people that were getting into other countries for exchange program, they resulted to be non-agriculture students, and they resulted to be like exploiting the program just in the countries in which it's like compulsory to get paid for the internship. So they were just choosing the countries in which you must get paid because that's the country law, and they were sending either non-agriculture students or not students at all. People that were just not students. This problem arose 2 years ago. There was discussions, as I remember, first time in Slovenia, Idiom, which was 2011-12. Then last year the committee was frozen because of this problematics. And as there is the national director is a new person, Christina. So there is again a new committee, people that wants to do the things in a better way, and the General Assembly provided them a list of things to do in order to become again a full member. Among the requirements, there was to have a national report, and to have a financial report, and what else, guys?
Present here.
Yeah.
Right?
I don't remember that. I can look up it.
No,
Yes.
they had requirements, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yes, but Christina is in touch with us like daily, and I think she wanted to be online, but
Yeah, I'm asking if she's correct.
yeah. I mean, anyway, the communication now is good. If you write her an email, you get answered back and so on, and the documents are provided. So the opinion of the executive and control committee is to give them back the full status. Still, as it's a complicated situation, take 10 minutes, read the documents, and then we speak.
Yeah, so we will recommence at 1:30.
Yes.
Can I ask you a question before we start all of the consequences of export?
It can be decided.
Damien made an amendment to the Constitution to limit exchange program and all across the board. But that could be something. Yeah, but I mean, that would have to be approved, that wouldn't, you may want to propose
Looks
that.
like we're
specific to
opening the
Ukraine if
discussion.
you're worried about it.
Yeah, maybe you don't know it's
Yeah, I really want to probably like they wanted to train and what
Yes, but it's. That would be for everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's but it's okay really?
All the Turkish students are
It wasn't the case.
no,
It
all the 28 people are not students.
No, actually, no, it's not like this. They not just say. They say that they because we are students. But when this farmers concept them, starting with talking with them, they just find this quite about it. It's not some of them. It's not students. They just sometimes cheating out the students, but it's not like so easy to find like it's student or not. Because they provide all like confirmation from university and so on, but this confirmation from university looks different every time, different stamps, different signatures, and
Okay,
looks very,
so it's suspicious, but it's not confirmed.
I think it's not confirmed, because nobody can confirm that the student knows. But they, when they're talking with family and so on, with some guy from actually,
Are you speaking about the
past and present, because even now, the student who was in Switzerland, sometimes they found it.
According to this, it's up to 2014. According to this.
Yeah.
But it's February.
Yes, I think we're kind of
Yes.
You look nice in this.
Yeah, so you have you had glasses
I was thinking. No. Okay. Hey, hey.
Discussion open. If you all sit, I got asked by Daniel to be the first speaking about the topic, as he is the exchange coordinator for IAAS Switzerland, so he has a lot of information about the case. So, guys, so please let's listen to Daniel for a few minutes, and then we open the discussion for questions and inputs and so on. First Daniel, and then
Okay, so when I joined Expo back 2 years ago, was reading the books about Ukraine. So I'm really aware of the question, and that's why I want to give you some background that you can make the correct decision. So in that way, here you see there are a lot of students coming from Ukraine to Switzerland. That's because we just get paid when we are doing internship in Switzerland because of our law. And it's not much money for me, but for people around Europe or maybe other countries, it's a huge amount. And that's why they took the opportunity to earn a lot of money. And you, in such situation, you not have just one person who is responsible for that. I mean, we in Switzerland, we also accepted a big amount of people. Just to give you some numbers, 3 years ago we accepted 100 students in our exchange program. It's more than twice the exchange program of IAAS work. Then we took some advices, we tried some solution. Last year we accepted around 80 people in Switzerland. And that was a lot of students from Ukraine. Actually, we were a little bit frightened because a lot of those people were not students anymore. So we tried to find one solution, and now this year we are accepting 14 people. And we are aware that such problems like corruptions and just coming to Switzerland with money is a big problem, but we still want to have a strong exchange program and some days in Switzerland. So Seyan and I try to find solutions for long term. And we restructured our whole export program, and we will be ready with the new program the 1st of January 2010. Excuse me? Okay, so just to avoid the future that such problem can be a problem anymore. So my advice for Ukraine is please vote that they can be full member, because in Switzerland it will be impossible to get that situation. I won't speak about it now because it will take me maybe an hour. I will talk about it later, maybe tomorrow also, some days further. But
sorry, could you clarify your opinion, because I didn't get if you mean full or out.
Full.
Okay, you mean
full. Because last April they were frozen because of that case. They made huge effort to be clean, and at Voco in Chile we also decided that for the next year they will be full. There will be some restriction for outgoing students. So on the next year they will be able to send just 5 students abroad. So that problem wouldn't be a problem anymore. 1 year more, it's also 1 year to improve the program again, to prove that they are at the right place here in IAAS. And as I said, we also improved our program in Switzerland to avoid those problems. If you need some more details, I can answer those questions, but I think we should take more time to discuss those questions when we have this statement. Whatever.
Okay.
So that was my comment.
Yeah.
Please vote for the full section of Ukraine.
Christina, the national director, is on Skype, so we get the questions later so that she can speak to us. Hello.
I agree with them. Oh.
Does anybody have questions for Christina? You need some clarification, some explanation, whatever, before that we vote? Yes, Stephen from...
Hello, Christina. I'm Stephen from IAAS Belgium. I would like to know if you will offer some extra places next year in Ukraine.
Christina, can you Did you understand the question?
No, I just
yeah. Okay, so the question is from Steven from Belgium, and he is asking, will you be able to host students next year in Ukraine for the exchange program?
A lot of students want to plan and want to take part in programs, exchange programs, and a lot of friends of students who are taken part in exchange programs, they advise their friends to take part in this.
Okay, I think the question was... Yeah.
Maybe you can say it. Здесь спрашивали не студентов, а можете принять студентов в Украине?
Yes, now we are decided to try to find new farms in Ukraine, and
Thank you.
Thank you, Christina.
Thank you.
Yes, looks there is another question.
Federico from Italy. No, volevo sapere, è una domanda un po' generale, no? Siccome ho visto che ti hanno pagato, diciamo, la quota di partecipazione a delle persone per partecipare all'EDM in Polonia, c'è una cosa che si usa, no? No, è una cosa informativa, c'è una cosa che utilizzano vari paesi, perché da noi in Italia non si utilizza, ognuno si deve pagare la sua cosa. No?
Okay, so it's like a general question on the financial report that you provided us. It's written that you paid the participation fee for 2 people at EBM in Poland, and Federico from Italy just wanted to know if you are used to do so and if it's like normally done from the committees. I mean, yeah, you can answer first and then I can comment on that. Yeah, so as they are speaking, this is normal. I mean, the committees which have money from the university for that, which have funding, it's good if you can give the money to your members to participate in the meetings. Federico asked the question because in Italy it doesn't go like that. We pay our own money for participation. Yeah, that's but many people, many companies. So actually, if there is the money in our account, we could also do that. But it's okay. Yeah, okay, I think, yeah, it's kind of a standard schedule for many companies. Okay, other comments related to the specific case? Yes, Daniel.
Like I said, there are some restrictions for next year. Are you still aware of that?
They are not yet decided. So ask her if she's aware that there is a proposal to change the exchange program, and that if the General Assembly will accept this proposal, then the X-Pro will change and there will be only 5 places.
You understand the question?
Вопрос был так. Сейчас предложил. Он
So, Damien asks, I misunderstood what Damien was saying. So he said that last year at GA, there was an agreement taken by General Assembly that if they will become a full member, any way that the X-Pro will be, even if we change it this year or we don't change it, anyway, they take the agreement of sending only 5 students for the first year. We must check the minutes from last year to be sure that this is the thing. But Danielle is asking to Christina if she's aware of this decision that was taken last year. Agenda, do you have the minutes from last year?
We're pulling them up.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, anything to add?
No, but she can ask her if you're ready, because maybe after checking minutes, but she's ready.
But she knows that from last year, she remembers, so
Yeah,
she's
but
aware.
she will answer the question if you want to listen. I mean, for all of us. Yeah, but we just need to be ready for answer.
But she knows this, so she's also aware of this.
She will answer right now because she doesn't. She will say, okay, I will explain everything.
So she wants to speak now or after?
When you check in, when you will be ready.
Ну, сейчас, короче, не буду спрашивать.
Всех кучу.
Okay, okay guys, so we have checked the minutes from last year, and actually it looks like the decision was taken, or at least the Swiss committee believes it was taken, but it was not reported in our minutes. So the proposal is that we can vote for this motion right now. So we could first vote for this motion, which Damian corrected me if I'm wrong, is if we make yes, Ukri a full member again, for the first year of full membership, they can anyway send out only 5 students, correct? After that, we vote if we want to make them full members again. Is this clear to everybody? Okay, so I will give the word again to Christina before to do the 2 voting. Okay.
Они сейчас спрашивают, что ты думаешь по поводу.
I think it's a good idea because 5 students, you will see how we are working, if all is clean and if all is good, and if you can see if we want to work good or not, and you can say what we make wrong and how we can make better our work. So I think it's a good chance for us, and it's a good chance for our students to take part in this extra program. Thank you.
Okay, sounds great. So, as Christina is also in agreement with this motion, I think it will be easy to vote for that. Still, if there is any other comment, now is the time for it. Okay, so first voting, the motion that if they are full member for the year 2014-15, the first year, they will be able to send out only 5 students. Voting now, flags up.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 unanimous.
Okay, everybody voted yes, so that's it. Second voting, the proposed status for Ukraine is full member. So we vote for that. Who is in agreement? Flags up.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
Okay, great, so Christina. Okay, Christina.
No.
That's great.
Congratulations.
Wish you a good meeting and good general assembly and a lot of thanks to everybody and thank you that you give us this chance.
Bye. Okay. Next comes.
I think we have time for 10 minutes.
Just the personal short in this room, this training.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe we can move it after the training.
Let's start. Yeah. Okay. So keep focusing on this because we are training at 2, and this is tricky situation, but we must have a decision on that. So yes, Canada. From what you see there, it looks good. They paid, we have report, we have constitution sent, and actually we also have the meeting minutes.
Yes,
right? General. So this is correct. Everything is green. The problem is that as Emily is from Canada, she got to realize that the group of students that are YAS students there are not officially registered as a formal group of students in the University of Alabama. Yeah, and so she thought that organizing anything like with using the name of the university without being registered is like very, very high risk for YAS International.
Actually, can I explain?
Yes, but as I did it for every country, I think it's okay if I do that and then you comment on that, as it was done for.
Thanks, I already wrong, but.
You can just correct, but it's wrong from my side. So the EC got to freeze this committee for these reasons, like, and as it was done with less Ubrin, we sent a list of requirements for them to fulfill in order to be unfrozen at GA. All the documents that were required were sent. There is not agreement among the EC and CC if these documents are enough, if these documents really can stand for saying that they can be IAAS committee or not. That's why you don't see any proposed status, because as can happen sometimes, there is no agreement among us. So I think we can open the discussion and each of EC and CC can explain his own position. You can discuss that and then we can vote for that. So discussion open. You want to take the word first, Emily?
Yeah, sure.
Please.
Stand up, speaker. So I'm really from Canada. The situation is something that's personally I find really frustrating because I not only like need the external affairs as well, but I'm also the expert at it. So I would really like to see people from our country and vice versa sent to the lab. And I really like the idea of community, so I want that to be clear. Like I would love to have full status. Thing is that. Yeah.
Slow down.
Okay, so do you want this maybe? Is this?
Yeah.
Slow. Okay. Great. So I just want to make it clear that I actually would love to have full status for my community. It's not that I'm like sort of sulking several people. It's just that the current situation is inadequate. Now, we did receive some documents that we required from them. Unfortunately, we did not have certification from the university student office saying that they are officially registered with the university. So that is something that's a bit problematic because in the past there has been some accounts that some student efforts or some student committees have been sued by our university for either using the name of the football team or using the name of the university itself. So I decided to freeze my own committee to basically prevent from any honest incident of getting sued by my university. But this really isn't fun because obviously it prevents from further participation and further output from the committee. So that's one situation. And then some of you have met Justine in the EXCO meeting. She was sent there as an EC constitutional invite because I wasn't able to go. And she was also sent there so she could have an idea of what IAAS was. And as she's a really responsible person and has her own company back in Canada, she was supposed to basically take on leadership of the new committee and be able to take on the paperwork that's necessary to register the student's office. Now, the main obstacle, I think, here to register is really willingness and the fact that to be a legal or recognized committee in a university, you have to at least have a certain amount of members. So I think those are really the two main obstacles here. But after that, like, I think everyone in the EC agrees that we want to have a committee in Canada and we would like it to be in good standing. So that's really just the big issue here. I think you guys have the judgment necessary to figure out what's going on in the situation, and I totally trust your decision. So hopefully we'll have the best outcome possible for the association.
You want to say anything?
Go back to you.
Yeah. Okay, so shall we show them now?
Well, yes. We're also going to show them the list of required documents, so that show what they will actually provide.
Yeah, I don't have the list of required documents handy.
It will actually be in
Okay, but what we have is,
I can,
okay,
what was
okay,
it? Was it
I
bank?
don't want to ask
Bank?
where.
Somebody who's on the university.
Okay,
And,
yeah.
meeting minutes from the election. Those are the three things.
So,
Yes, David Sisman, I want to give some input to Canada. What you are doing in Switzerland is we also have those requirements, and we have one student association which is registered and all that, and we just yes, it's like part of it. Like you have a top student association, and we are like just the under student association. So maybe you can do something like that, just to join some group so that you have no huge paperwork, no huge fees to pay, and maybe also have like reach more people and work with them, just as a meeting.
Well, that's a good comment. As you can see up on the projector here, there's an umbrella association of the student union that seems to give support to the committee. They would be able to help out with the legal or the required paperwork. And it can definitely give a more visibility to the group. But then again, to be an active committee within my university is not necessarily to become a student union, so there's a very big difference between a club, a committee, and a union. And you have to have a certain traceability of your activities, especially when it starts to regard fundraising activities. If not, it would be actually under their responsibility, which is not accurate, because they're not supposed to be the one managing funds for IAAS. Do you understand the difference? I'd also like to point out that it's almost 2 o'clock and we have a training that's coming up, so I think we have 10 more minutes.
Yeah, the professor is here, but we got 10 more minutes, so let's try to get it done. So about this, just read the email that they sent us and how they say that they are involved inside this project.
I guess I can explain what Charlotte told me last night about this.
Yes, Jenna, speak up, then there is Lysania.
Okay.
So what Charlene, I spoke with Charlene over.
Charlene is the national director of IAAS Canada. We
Yeah.
spoke with her yesterday night.
To clarify this, because it was a bit confusing about what EduTech is. And how I understand it is that EduTech is registered with the student services. Or it's registered with the university in some way, and that IAAS University of Laval, they say, they certify that it remains under that organization's supervision.
Okay, what exactly Charlene
Yes.
say is that they are a small group of students So to be like registered with the student service, you need to be at least 30 or whatever, and they are not. So what they do is that they are inside this part of student association, which is in agriculture faculty, and like they are inside this association which is in agriculture faculty, and this association is inside the university association. That is my opinion. I'm not saying that it is true or not, but we have it's just this email. We just check the name of the person signing, and you can find the information about this association on the website of the university. But you know, I'm not from that university. I really don't have all the detailed information. Sorry, Sandra?
Yeah, my main question is now what keeps Canada from being a full member? If I see this, main program why they were present seems to me that they were never sold. Do I interpret? Yeah.
Do you have a comment?
I think it's 2 o'clock.
The main problem is really just their status within the university. Like as you can see, they have paid. We do have meeting minutes. There is interest in my faculty. It's just for the situation to be standardized, so there's no confusion towards funds, banking issues, and as well the legitimacy of the association or the committee, as well as the branding of IAAS within my university. Because it's still the only committee in Canada, and if anything would go wrong, no other universities will want to join it, which is also another big problem. So like, I would really love to have a committee. I'm just trying to figure out how this is possible.
Okay, you don't want to
I would like to have a full committee. I would like also for the situation to be recognized.
Lisan is saying, what do you propose?
Yeah.
Okay.
Everyone is cool that we're done.
I think perhaps to reinstate full status with provision that they do register with the Student Services Bureau and give them a probation period for that, which is essentially what we've done up to this day since March.
Okay, that was comment. Oh, okay. So, is there any other comment or motion that you want to do? Because right now it looks like the proposal is to vote for Canada to be full member and to really suggest the next EC that they have to take care that they are going to be registered with the university. Technical from Jenna?
Is it a suggestion or a requirement? The proposal.
Emily, it's your proposal.
So I would have said requirement.
Okay. So, Jenna?
I would personally amend that to be a suggestion, not a requirement. As long as they're in legal standing with Canadian law.
Okay, what Jenna is saying is like, if they are legal, they can even be informal group. We just have to make sure that they are legal, not that they are registered with an association. So, looks like we have two possibilities, so we have to make the voting with two possibilities, right?
Yeah.
No, I think three. Full
without
requirement, full without requirement, or
okay.
I think so.
Well, I guess we have. What, say again?
Yes, first one was full or frozen. Then we can vote for full with requirements if they were approved. Full with requirements or without.
Okay, so the voting between three or more alternative proposals, the delegates will have the choice. I'm on Constitution page 37. Actually, bylaws. Delegates will have the choice to vote for one of the proposals or to abstain. The proposal that has the required majority of vote is approved, and if no proposal has the required majority, a second ballot, you say, will be taken between the two alternatives, having the highest number of votes during the first vote, and the voting will be conducted as stated in the other article, the one above, which is the one among the two alternatives. Okay, so easy. There is three alternatives. First thing we do, we vote for each alternative. And right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So okay, we vote for each alternative. Each time you have the possibility to vote for that alternative or to abstain. I would say that you take the time to think of which is the one you prefer, so that we don't make that we have the same numbers for two different ones.
So you list the possibilities?
Yes. So the first possibility is yes, Canada full member with no other specific requirement for the 2014-2015 year. Are you writing the sequence in which I'm saying?
Yes.
And the second proposal is that full membership status with suggestion to the EC, so just suggestion of the EC of next year to make sure that there are.
That was the first one.
No. The first one is they are full, no other thing to think about. The second is they are full, but the EC has to be sure that they are legal. So we don't require them to be one fish inside of whatever association in their university, but just that they are a group of legally doing events, group of people in their university. Makes sense, Jenna?
I think it's the same as the first one.
No,
if you would distinguish between requirements or nothing. Yeah, there's so. Yeah.
This one, what you just said was a suggestion, so it would not still be a requirement for this option. The first one was no requirement, full status, just like any other committee.
Like Daisy doesn't have to think about yes, that until next year.
Yeah, but suggestion.
The third option is that it's a requirement. So we give them the full status, but it's a requirement that they provide new documents to show us that they are legally working in their university. This means that the EC has to make sure that these documents are provided, and if they are not, in the next General Assembly, the case will arise again to see if to freeze them or not. Emily, is that correct? Because that's your option. I mean, the option, you made the motion. Okay. Is that clear for everybody?
Well, Sarah, isn't it the fourth then that we just freeze them? Isn't that also an option? Because all those freeze that we still
Yes.
Sure. And the first and second, the suggestion is not made up.
Please speak up further.
What I meant, why I interrupted you, was that the first and the second option were kind of the same. It was a suggestion, or the first one was without suggestion, the second was with suggestion. But I would say in enforcement or something, it's completely the same.
Okay, so you can just think that you don't want any of these two. Yeah. You just have the option to choose among them.
So we
can choose frozen. You can vote frozen first and see if we need to vote on the other.
Okay, so there is also the option to keep them frozen. The first thing is to make sure that we don't want to freeze them. Is that okay for everybody? Yes.
One small frozen, I think it's small, and so this one or the other is like requirement.
Yeah. Okay, so first, yes.
How many members do you need for organized? How many members?
30. Just to clarify, because
The requirement is there to be at least 30 people who sign down that they are interested in participating in activities. And that's pretty much what we have already. Just a good general interest. It's a lot higher than that. People who are active in the committee who wish to hold new positions as of September is about 20 as well. So it's really mostly a willingness to do it and to guarantee that the requirements are met.
Okay, so first we vote for the membership status, and we start from the option of freezing them. So this voting is to freeze the Canada. If you raise the flag, the majority is there, we freeze the country, and they have no activity until next year. Okay, so first voting about freezing Canada. Who wants to freeze Canada? Flags up. Okay,
No one.
nobody. Just to check it clear, who wants to give full status to Yes Canada? Flags up. Okay, we are empty. Well, so Yes Canada's full status, but now we need to decide if we have requirements for it or not.
So let's vote no requirements first.
So first we want that you want it to have no requirements at all. So who is for having no requirements at all? Flag up. Yeah, this is the first option. No requirements at all. Okay, this is out because.
Yeah, we should
Repeat them, what we're voting on.
Okay, so we vote again. We are voting for no requirements at all.
Two. We have two.
Okay, so next we vote for the suggested requirements.
How about we? It doesn't matter.
Okay, so the next is the option that to have further documents. It's just a suggestion for the new EC that will come. So who wants this to be just a suggestion but not compulsory? Flags up. Okay. So just to make sure, so 11. So this is the majority, but we anyway got the last thing. So the requirement is compulsory that they provide these new documents with for this third flags up.
2, 3.
Okay, so Yes Canada has full status, and the General Assembly says to the new EC that they have to have a look on them and to suggest them to provide more documents to make sure that really everything is okay. Anyway, for the next GA, there will be still room to speak about that if it will not be clarified with this, just with this suggestion until then. Okay, we are almost over. Just something very, very easy. If I
May I ask, what is another stage because full?
It's full status.
Which is the second option? Which option of those?
The second one, we just suggested.
Yeah, how many votes were for that?
11.
11.
One for the first, so no requirements. 2 for 11 for the second, and 3 for the third. Okay. So this is almost over, guys. Let's get this done fast. We have 3 new applications for candidate members. Kenya, Nepal, and Niger. They provided the application for the candidate member. So our suggestion is to give to the 3 of them the possibility to have first-year candidate membership. I don't think there is much to discuss about that. They are very new, so we will see how they will do then.
Yes, I'm really sorry, but because Kenya is located in Africa, I really should take a closer look at this session because I won't create all the problems over there.
And Nigeria is even worse.
Yeah, but that's just for candidates. So candidates really just means that they are watching our association for 1 year to see if to get in or not.
Just maybe that's a chance to get me started there.
Yeah, I mean they are not allowed to, and they are allowed to take place to the events, but they are not allowed to vote. For example, in General Assembly. But anyway, if you want to make a motion on that? Or we just vote for giving them the candidates?
I think we just should get away with that. That's why
we need a special meeting and check with the whole president situation.
Okay. So I think it looks like we can give them the candidate, we can vote to give them the candidate membership and still speak also about the new members in the special session about West Africa. So last voting for this long and boring session. Who wants these 3 countries to have the first year of candidate membership? Flags up.
One, two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Yeah.
Okay, great. So we are done. We are a bit behind with the schedule, but I want to take just a second to thank you for going all over this session. This is really like the starting and like hardest part of the GA. So really thank you for keeping the attention all the way on. And yeah, we are ready for the next session.
Yeah, so now quick 5-minute break while our next presenter gets his PowerPoint on the computer and if anyone needs to run to the bathroom, we're going to break really quick. Do that now.
Doesn't make Yeah, are you done with it?
You can use one.
Oh no, it's fine.
What do you want? Oh no, I know what I'm
Ce l'abbiamo fatta.
For example, I think. No, that's I think also. Wait. All right, guys, if I can have your attention, please. All right, guys. Okay, thank you. So I'm very pleased to announce our trainer for this session on finance. This is Andy Zaire. He's the head of marketing for the Iowa State College of Agriculture and Life Sciences. And he's helped the World Congress team tremendously on coaching them about how to do their fundraising for the large budget for this event. So we're really happy to have him here and to have him help our club. So thank you.
Everybody hear me okay? I don't want to have to use that. I don't need to. Again, nice to meet everybody. Glad that you made it to Iowa State and you're enjoying unseasonably cool weather. I wish I could say it like this all the time. What we really wanted to do today is have more of a dialogue, I think, on some of the different financing options and the fundraising options. And so I think that this is a little bit of a unique session in that I wanted to introduce myself not as sort of the college's chief fundraiser, but somebody whose job does entail some fundraising. So I think that's an important note because all of you are volunteers on behalf of your organization. And your fundraising efforts are in addition to all of the other activities that you would have through the organization. So just like me, you're not a paid fundraiser, but you're fitting in fundraising among your other duties. So because of that, I didn't want to give you like the impression that I'm the be-all, end-all fundraiser. But what I can offer, I think, is the viewpoint of somebody that does some fundraising, somebody that's probably made a lot of mistakes, and you can maybe learn from some of the mistakes and some of the things that I've seen go wrong. And then the other perspective I want to provide is that I am also, as a marketing director of our college, I am the recipient of a lot of proposals for funding. So I'm often in the seat of the sponsors. So if it's helpful for the session especially, you feel free to ask me any questions about what I'm looking for as a sponsor.
I was just asking to slow down.
Sure. Oh, yeah, sorry, I forget the. Gotcha. So in addition, I wanted to invite another one of your members also. I wanted to have her introduce herself and talk a little bit about the role that you play in some of the sponsorship activities.
Well, right now, my name is Emily. I'm your VP for External Relations as well. And I've been involved in different fundraising efforts during my mandate. And I was actually really glad to take upon this opportunity because I now have a chance to talk to you all about a bit of how you conduct fundraising activities, in addition to having another perspective, which comes more from the sponsors than.
So I think there's a couple of key topics we're going to try to address along the whole relationship of developing a fundraising effort. And you can kind of see them outlined here. It looks a little bit more overwhelming perhaps than it really is. And some of the suggestions are pretty common sense sort of things, but good things to remember. And good things, again, from the practice that we've had and experiences that we've had. Good things to kind of keep in mind as you're putting together a plan for developing some of these fundraising efforts. And then the other important thing is that these things can be scalable based on the effort. So you're not always going to be fundraising for an event the size of the World Congress, but the important fundamentals to kind of keep in mind, even if you're really talking about a small scale event. So.
Do you want to go through them?
Yeah, sure. So we'll talk a little bit about how to identify a target audience for fundraising. Again, it's one of those things that you might take for granted, but there's a lot of different ways to think about an audience of potential fundraising targets. There's also a little bit of discussion about the sponsorship levels that you set and how to package that all together for the purpose of a potential sponsor. And again, as a person that receives these proposals, I can tell you the sponsorship levels and the packages are really what I'm looking for a lot of the time. Want to talk about communication and follow-up. Talk about relationship cultivation, both with your sponsors and with people that say no. Believe it or not, nobody bats 1,000, right? No, you don't always get the sponsors that you're looking for, but there's some good reasons to stay with them. I want to talk a little bit about ideas for visibility, just based on conferences and sponsorships that I've been involved in. Just things that you can keep in mind. I think that the World Congress has done a really great job, but there's always little things here and there, and I've seen in a couple of different conferences, different ideas for visibility. And then finally, talk about the importance of following up after the event, which is really, really important. Again, as a sponsor, I can tell you that's one of the more important things that I get as a sponsor out of an event. It's not always just the day, but what happens after the event. So I want to talk a little bit about motivation for your sponsors. One of the biggest I think mistakes that students make when they propose sponsorship opportunities for me is they get really excited about the events that they are planning, but they sort of forget about what I'm looking for as a sponsor. So, like I said, I want to kind of keep this a little bit of a discussion. So, when you were in a fundraising mode, what kind of things do you think a sponsor is looking for if they're going to give money to sponsor events such as the World Congress?
Maybe see the graduate visibility for the participants, what kind of show that I think.
Sure, visibility. And what do they get out of the visibility? What are some of the benefits, even just of having that visibility? Anybody have some ideas? My group, you're not lively when you're not voting.
Yeah, well, the company want to be seen like as like doing good by like donating to these kind of nonprofit sort of things.
So that's what they get out of it. They get the visibility of people saying like, oh, you know, they're helping out in the community or they're helping kids with education. So that's what they completely want. They want us to say that they're helping us further ourselves, and that's how they're getting benefit from it.
So what you're saying is that they're enhancing their image?
Yeah.
Definitely huge enhancement. Particularly with corporate sponsorships, what's another thing they're kind of looking for? Inherent in the visibility. Yep, a little bit of trust. I think it's important to always think of any event that you're offering and hosting, and from a sponsor standpoint, especially from a company standpoint, they're looking for employees. Just to put it really simply, they're looking for a workforce. So sometimes they're in full agreement with everything that your organization is doing, and sometimes they recognize your organization as an opportunity to find leadership and people that have skills in leading people, but also thought leadership. So I've seen many a case on campus where we have companies sponsor different activities, and the main reason that they're doing it is because they're looking for you as professionals to join their organization. They might not always agree with that organization or want to work there, but that's one of the primary motivators, I think, as a sponsor, and something that you should sort of keep in mind that, you know, in addition to the activities that you have coming for this organization, companies think of this, or nonprofits think of this as an opportunity for them to find talent. So I always keep that in mind and understand that there's a real value to that. It's probably, in my opinion, especially as a marketing person, that is actually more valuable than any branding that you think that you might get out of an event, especially unless the event is massive scale. You really get a lot more out of the human resource aspects of it. Yeah.
You talk about the visibility of the company when we help association like us. But more than this, I think I don't know what to say, but maybe we can offer you just what does a sponsor want? Yeah, maybe we can give to the sponsor database of students, their work in a global network. Maybe that is more important than the visibility, because the companies want professional students, professional workers, you know, and with this experience, international experience, and maybe that is very important. I don't know what do you think about that.
No, I definitely think it's important, and you should think of that when you're packaging up these opportunities, when you're telling them what the sponsorship dollars will buy, because I think you would be surprised how important to them that it would be to have the opportunity to meet you in person. So oftentimes, especially for a local event, if you have a sponsor, to invite them to some sort of part of the thing. I don't know if you want to get in the voting sessions or things like that where you're really conducting business. But in the appropriate venue, if they have an opportunity to meet you as a student, that's a hugely impactful proposition for the company or nonprofit that's looking to hire students. So I strongly encourage facilitating that interaction.
I would agree with that. Just one thing about selling off details of members. I think that might be a privacy issue in the sense that it would be easier for a sponsor to have a kiosk and then like people voluntarily give them an email address or a phone number. But selling complete data, it's not necessarily something that everyone would agree with, or providing them with.
Yeah, but you can, for example, you can, no, not so that.
It is possible if you would have members sign an agreement saying that their information may be given to a third party. But if not,
the registration you can. You want provide your information to, but not so private information. Your email and your name and your maybe your CV, and Because I want to work before after the I don't want to stay with IAAS always, you know. No, me? No, it's my dream living here, right? But IAAS doesn't need feeding my family, right? And
as a sponsor, what I can say, so I sponsor an event called the World Food Prize, Iowa Youth Institute, and it's related to global food security issues. It's hosted by another organization, and I'm a sponsor of that particular organization. And it's an event for high school students, and so they sign up to be a part of this event, about 163 students. And what they are given the option, if they are interested in Iowa State as part of their registration, they can check that, and then that allows me to have their contact information. But if they don't check that, I don't ever see that student's contact information. And from a sponsor standpoint, I know that might bother other sponsors, but I don't want you if you didn't check the box that you're interested in Iowa State. You know, so I would much rather have a student that's qualified and has expressed interest in me just the same way. So if I was setting it up, an arrangement like that, I would make sure that there was an opt-in clause for anything that you do for the student. And frankly, your sponsors will thank you for that. Yes.
I think I tried once some things with fundraising. For me, it was have right person, because sometimes from big companies you have those people who everyone is approaching, but maybe this is not the right person to because they do not think about, oh yeah, I'm interested in getting to know some students because we want to have them to work for us afterwards. So how do you make sure that you target the right person?
That's a great question. In fact, that's one of the questions that I have up there is figuring out who to talk to is almost as important as figuring out what company you talk to. And even within an organization like Iowa State, who is a sponsor for the World Congress, in some cases going to the dean directly, the person in charge of our college directly, might not have yielded the sponsorship. So over time, the ISU people had to learn who the appropriate person. They don't have to look very far. The associate dean is our global programs director. So, one down on the ladder. But in a lot of cases, for on-campus groups that want the college to sponsor an activity, the dean doesn't really look at it. The associate dean doesn't look at it. Guess who gets the proposal? It's the recruiting director. And I think it might be the same in some of the companies. Our experience has been, don't start with the executive office, start with the human resources people. Again, remember, they're interested in you as workforce, right? And so a lot of times that's the direct way. And I know that a large company like, I don't know, Dow Agrochemicals or Agri-Sciences, it wouldn't do me any good to have anybody except for a human resources person there because you just won't get anybody in that response. That's a great question. Identifying that person in that organization as the appropriate one and then leveraging any kind of connection you have to that person it is the best way to go about it. So sometimes as a leader of your organization, that means you're not the most qualified to make the ask. You know, if there's somebody else that already has that connection, then it might be better off for you to have somebody else make the ask. I'm not going to show this video, but basically, as an example of sort of what the sponsor wants out of this, I don't know if any of you guys have FFA, are you familiar with FFA? It might maybe just be a North American thing. But basically, it's sort of a high school agricultural. They have a big national conference. They have different awards and activities that they do, a career show. And if you were to ask a student that was in FFA what that event was for, it was for leadership development and enrichment and things like that. Similar to a World Congress, right? You're here for professional development, essentially. If you were to ask a sponsor what they're in it for, and this video, here's a great example. If you were to ask Ohio State what they're in it for, they say recruiting, 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 recruiting. It's about 3 minutes of saying, we want these people visiting to attend our university. So even though they agree in principle with the theories of the future farmers of America, what they're really interested in is future farmers enrolling in their school. It's an important thing to keep in mind, and I think something that students sometimes struggle with on our campus. They're really excited about their own event and all the things that they do, but they forget why the employer or why the sponsor is interested in that event. Okay. Gotcha. So, again, I think it gets back to your point about finding the right person, and then when I was saying having the right person ask, I think it's important to remember in any fundraising activity that is really more about understanding that people give to people. You know, so even if Jenna is representing IAAS to a potential sponsor, how Jenna approaches that sponsorship, how Jenna describes her experience in IAAS will define for somebody that's not familiar with the entire organization. So I was giving you an example. I was never a member. In fact, I was in advertising major of all things, not at all agricultural. I don't know if I'm trying to do that, but I was never a member of the organization. So I didn't really know a lot. So my whole frame of view and my definition of what your international organization is all completely based on what I've learned from Jenna and the other Iowa State students that I've encountered. So it's important to remember that because I might not be real familiar with the organization, and so all I have to go by is the person in that sponsorship package that I'm showing.
I wanted to address maybe speaking with a consistent voice. Some of you may have experienced this, that the fundraising success is directly tied to the way you'll communicate impact with a cohesive fashion. So a lot of you have like in different opportunities, either like person to person or via email, you've asked me, okay, but I'm not really sure how to explain what IAAS is in a quick and comprehensive manner. And since this is like a problem that has arisen often, I just want to take a few minutes and give you 2 examples of how to do that. So first of all, IAAS is a global network of students in agricultural and related sciences. What we focus on is either non-formal education, hands-on experience opportunities, and networking events. So let's face it, that's kind of a bit boring. You say that and you're like, I think I've lost like 4 people that are already texting, and one of them is almost falling off the service. So maybe you want to address that in a different way. So if we take it and we say, okay, what does IAAS believe in? Does anyone have an idea of what we could believe in as a group? Alright. What does international dialogue and actions do? They challenge something. They would want to innovate, they would want to challenge the status quo. So if you say that like IAAS, we believe in changing the status quo. And then how do we do that? Well, this would reflect in all our actions, whether it's networking events, hands-on experience, or then again, non-formal education. Oh, and by the way, we just happen to have a global network of students in agricultural science. Now, already there, you have a bit more interest in people. So just that, it's not too much of a bad idea to like just decide collectively what's our story, how do we want to market ourselves, what is our brand name, what's our vision, what's our culture. We really have to find strategically and like as a group effort how we can communicate to sponsors what IAAS is in a manner that's really attractive and yet that gives much response. So just maybe giving a thought about that, speaking with a consistent voice. The next bullet point is maybe a bit more about confirmation as well as following up with sponsors. That would be actually some that you contact might not want to give, but you might want to still keep them quite close to you. It's not because you get a no that it's a definite no. And we're going to have a bit more slides about this, so I'm going to do a quickly on that.
Again, I think as a sponsor, part of what I look for, I do pay attention to the person presenting it to me. And I think that Emily was right in terms of describing a story that you can tell. I think if you can verbalize these values and these things that you do within the organization through a lens of your personal experience, I think that's very impactful. And I think that if you rely on that and you have other things that are sort of packaged to sort of help you out with the details, then that can be more effective. So in other words, I think that you should think about the sponsorship levels and the different benefits that are really tangible, logical benefits for somebody to sponsor. I think you should keep that and have that as supplemental. But I think what people really, really respond to is the story, right? So when I'm working for student recruiting, for instance, for Iowa State, I know how much it costs to go to Iowa State, but I don't spend a lot of time telling people about how expensive or how inexpensive it is, because the logical facts are important, but they're not as impactful as the stories that we can tell about the students that are here. And I think that an organization is the same. The fact that there's different sponsorship levels and you can get different things for those sponsorship levels is important, but I think it just supports your message when you're talking about your personal story. I wanted to talk a little bit about the idea of being a nonprofit and asking a nonprofit to be your sponsor, because I think that you'll probably be in a similar situation that some of our students are on campus. So since I'm a state organization, I have some different rules that I follow in corporations. And one of those things is that I can't just give to the general fund of a nonprofit organization. As a state-funded organization, I can't give the charity. It's a rule that our university and I believe our state has. But what I can do, I can purchase a sponsorship opportunity as long as I demonstrate that a service was delivered to me, a service or real estate, if you want to think of it that way. As long as I can demonstrate that I received something from my sponsorship, then I can pay for it. So I think it's kind of interesting. I'm a member of another organization, and I just got back from a trip around the Penn State campus in Pennsylvania. And the organization has really, really clear sponsorship levels and what people get for the sponsorship levels. And I just wanted to give you a demonstration of it up here. And actually, I'll pass it around later. You can take a closer look. But they think of everything. They think of any opportunity that they can to present it as a piece of value for a sponsor. So in this case, if I can't really read it very well, but so for this particular organization, their diamond package, their best sponsorship package that they have, the sponsor would get a listing in the online conference registration, a link on the conference website, all the programming, company information in high traffic areas of the physical facility that the event is at, exhibit space, a chance to speak in one of the sessions, which I don't know if your organization would be interested in that. Acknowledgement in an online newsletter, a conference, there's a conference bag and they made an insert within that conference bag. The point isn't really so much what they selected, just that they have a comprehensive menu and they can demonstrate the difference between being the top sponsor and then the next tier sponsor and then the next tier sponsor. So again, what you put together can be completely scalable. You might not ever be soliciting $10,000 sponsorships. Oh, you never know. But the point is to think through the way that you want to package that for somebody, because that's part of what they'll find value. But part of my role within that organization was to ask an industry member to be a sponsor. And even when I showed him this, he said, I love you, I love your organization, you guys are great, but what do I get for it? What is my return on investment? So that's why this was really an important piece for that particular sponsor. What's that?
That's the one that we're using.
Yeah.
Okay, well, this is actually the sponsorship package or the corporate opportunities that was put forward for fundraising with the World Congress. If you guys are interested to know what's the current package for IAAS World and how we can adapt it for your communities, it's been going around already, but just give me a heads up and I'll make sure you get an edible for that.
So, do you want to, this was the activity, maybe you can skip this particular one? So I want to jump a little bit to communication, and I think that everybody here has strength in communication. Obviously, you're well connected. Yeah, a little cartoon on, speaking the same language and speaking in the same voice, right? I think that this cartoon really gets to, everybody has all these different ways to communicate, and sometimes we focus so much on the way that we're going to communicate that you sort of forget what you're trying to accomplish with the communication. And so I know that even within my area of practice in marketing and communications, sometimes people will say, well, we really need a website, we really need a Facebook page, we really need a Twitter feed. And we focus so much on what we should be doing that we forget to put a plan together for actually doing it. So the key pieces that I can point out here, the best advice that I can give is to identify teams and establish responsibilities and be really, really clear about who is in charge of doing what. Organization, and from what I find in communication, organization is sometimes more important than the creativity of the message.
Yeah, and just a little note about that, I'd like to put a focus on communication itself. When you're fundraising and doing a team effort, you cannot, I cannot stress the importance enough of having one-on-one meetings. Either it's by having a fundraising buddy, who's just part of your team and who with you track your progress, and you're able to talk about it, just so that your fundraising strategy becomes sort of a routine and comes to become actually sort of a second nature for you. But it could also not be just a fundraising buddy, but be with your fundraising supervisor or coordinator itself, just for you to have consistent contact. And that actually goes into the tools as well. You can start a database, you can track the history of the sponsors and the donations. You can also just decide to track the results as well. But in any case, basically, you need to have some structure, and just keeping that contact alive is like an essential part of it.
Again, it gets back to personal relationships, and we're probably maybe going a little overboard in stressing that, but it's hugely important. And again, from an advertising perspective, sometimes you get caught up in the things that you provide, the things that you carry with you through that presentation. But those should just enhance your conversations. Those shouldn't be the conversation. Hand them the proposal and let them read through it and say, hey, you have any questions? It's much more important that you think of them as a supplement to what you can offer them in person as the person in charge of the sponsorship activity. Like she was mentioning, a plan with a specific calendar, I find it hugely useful to pre-schedule as much communication as I possibly can as a part of my plan. There's a lot of great tools for doing that, but also tracking whether or not you accomplished that piece of communication, as well as tracking the results of the communication are important. Yeah. Yeah. So if you're thinking about, say, social media, there's platforms like Hootsuite that allow you to you can schedule different posts from different platforms. So through that one piece of software, you can take care of your Facebook and your YouTube and your Twitter and a lot of different things. And then you can basically set it on a timer, which is really, really handy when you're planning, because you can set it out and you can visually see when all the information is going out, and then you know that it's going out. That's really, really handy. But oftentimes just using whatever calendar system or reminder system that you have, if you're going to make in-person calls, for instance, it's good just to get that on a shared calendar of some sort, so like a Google Calendar or whatever you would use. It's pretty inexpensive ways of doing that. So, for instance, I manage our college's social media, but I have a team of about 5 people that do that, the variety of different things. And we just have a shared calendar that everybody knows when they're supposed to be posting. And by extension, we know when somebody missed that post. And I'm a little bit more laid back than some of the other folks on my team, so they'll bust my butt if I'm if I was supposed to post at 9 a.m. and it goes up at 10, I hear about it from my alumni relations director.
I think the slides kind of gets back to the importance of communication, but also that sponsors actually relate to people and not necessarily the packets that they're receiving. Is there anything you want to add on that side?
No. Just a couple of other pieces. Again, you should think through all of these different types of communication in your in the mix of conversation and things that you have. I'm kind of talking about these things from a mass scale. So when you first start soliciting, before you develop relationships, some simple things to keep in mind. They're simple enough that I forget about them sometimes. And again, from personal experience, I could probably give you a story about each of these things that I've sort of done wrong. But for phone calls, for instance, I find it really, really useful to script what I want to talk about in advance. I wouldn't recommend having a paragraph and reading it verbatim, but I would certainly think through a scenario of a discussion and have some bullet points that are ready. So again, that you're speaking with a consistent voice, but you also have access right at your fingertips the key things that you want to say. I find it really helpful, especially when I get somebody's voicemail, because nothing's worse than getting the voicemail and then you panic and think, oh, what was I going to say in 30 seconds? So just have a plan for that, and it usually goes a lot better. And then the other thing about phone calls especially is you're rarely told yes on that very first phone conversation. And so if they tell you that they need to think about it for a little bit, offer to follow up, and then you better make sure that you follow up. I can't explain to you the number of times that people have tried to sell something to me, and I say I have to think about it, and they say that they call back, and then they don't ever do. It's the easiest thing in the world. For Midwesterners don't like to say no for whatever reason, so I have a hard time saying no to people. So they make it easy for me. They just forget to call me back.
So that's one thing, you really have to be accountable for that, because sponsors actually rely on you to follow up. No one is going to expect, or actually people might not even read your email. So it's really important for you to just give them a heads up and be, alright, like I said, I would call you back, or I would email you back in such a day, or just give them a reminder that you sent an initial email, and give them, oh, okay, let's think about, like, they should look at it and consider it.
Sure, comment. In the phone calls, in Chile, we work with Thomas in the fundraising, and we go to a course, and it's a tip. A tip is when you want to talk with a manager of like a company, and you have the number of the secretary, when you call to this guy and the secretary answers, okay, ask for her name, yeah, and write it to everyone. And when you call back again, you say, hi, Emily, how are you? And then she's really nice. Maybe when you go to the meeting with the manager, you can give, look, this is a little pen, a pencil, a pen of my university, and she always offer a good service to you. And oh yeah, I call immediately to the manager. Yeah, wait a minute, Lucas, wait. My name is. It looks really obvious, but it's not.
No, I think this program aside, that's perfect life advice for anybody. If you really want to be able to get anywhere, make friends with the secretaries that you go. And the first thing I did on the Iowa State campus, I toured around and I met with all the different departments, some of them that sponsored the World Congress here. And one of the first things that I learned is you be really, really nice to that department chair secretary, because they're the key to everything. They have the calendar, they have every 15-minute increment, they'll work you in. And in the case of Iowa State, you never know, the associate dean's wife is a secretary in the horticulture department. So you gotta be careful how you treat some of those people. You know, that's really great advice. And again, it's all about relationships.
So did you actually give a pen to someone?
I don't know. I can't remember.
I
already done that, and I guess it's it's a good trick. It's a really good trick. Yeah, it's not a pen, but like keys or a heart.
Yeah. Anything's necessary.
Merry Christmas. You can call. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year. Yeah, see you the next year.
Yeah. Nice. Great advice. Great advice.
That's so true.
Yeah. So I don't know how to top that other than keep going. I think that the point is to be really personal with people, though. So maybe we're extending that topic a little bit. Think of that when you're writing letters, especially. Be professional and very much to the point. Think about what's in it for them, even if it is the piece of chocolate when you're in the office or whatever. But make sure that there's a clear call to action, clear thing that you want to say. Again, that's a mistake, but I've seen a lot. The students that will ask me for funding for on-campus events will tell me how great their event is, how long of a history they have, and then they forget to tell me what they want. We want you to give money. We want you to call me and set up an appointment. So just make sure that the call to action is huge. And then email, there's always a time for a personal email, especially once you develop a relationship. If you're sending stuff out in mass, I highly recommend it's worth every penny, I think, to invest in some sort of a professional email marketing system like Constant Contact or something like that. And the reason why I like it isn't so much because I can design really, really cool emails, which you can do. But I love the ability to track those emails and see how well I'm doing. Again, when we were talking about accountability before, I try to be accountable for every email that I send. And so when we're inviting people to events for our sustainable rural livelihoods organization within our college, it's important to me to know exactly who has read that email and who hasn't. And the email software allows me to do that. It takes a little bit extra time, but I think that you may up for it later on and trying to cover somebody that you did or did not get a message across to. And again, if you have really key targets and there's somebody that you definitely need to connect with, that's the best way to do it is to track it. Yeah. So in addition to that, we were talking about kind of how I can make an email look cool or whatever. That's important. I guess I want to talk about the importance of a well-designed proposal too. Again, that piece that sort of supplements what you're doing within the organization and when you're meeting with different people. And I just wanted to provide a couple of quick examples. I should have made more copies, but I apologize. We can send it around the room. These are a couple of different organizations. And again, as you're picking through it, don't just look at the colors and stuff, but think about how the information is displayed, how simple it is for somebody to see exactly what they get for their sponsorship dollar. So for example, there's an on-campus organization. It's sort of a big event. They don't have the biggest, flashiest brochure that they give me, but what they do give me is very, very clear what I'm getting for the dollars that I'm investing. So from a graphic design standpoint, it's not the best proposal. It's kind of a crappy one. But from an information organization standpoint, it does the job. Yeah, we can. Let's do about 5 minutes.
John, can we extend down a bit? Also take
Well, maybe we won't do the full activity yet. One thing I did want to do also, just to pass around a couple of other proposals. One of the things that we kind of wanted to do was have you guys do a little bit of a critique, but since we're running a little bit long on time, we won't break it up into the group for the full discussion. But I want to just show you guys a couple things. I'll swing back to the other two. So essentially, I got two different proposals, and what we're going to have the group do is sort of provide your own critique of these proposals. One proposal is something that one of our donors receives from their investment bank. It's a very wealthy donor for the college. But then basically the donor expressed an interest in investing in social causes, similar to some of the things that you guys are looking at. And so they put together, the Credit Suisse put together a research institute proposal that identifies investment opportunities for somebody that wants that for a philanthropic interest. And so when we flip through that particular brochure, you'll get to a certain point in there where they outline these different projects that a donor could potentially invest in. What I really like about that is that it clearly identifies what they're investing in and what you might need for community well projects in a specific country, for instance. It gives the potential donor a clear example of what it's going to cost, or at least an estimate of what it's going to cost. And they just do a really good job of organizing it to appeal to both the logical and to the emotional needs that that particular donor would have. So it's kind of a nice proposal in that, even though it's a little bit long-winded, maybe it's a nice proposal because it clearly sets up what the donor can expect to receive. Now, not to pick on Iowa State University, but can I show the? I just want to show the group real quick. So this is a proposal that my athletics office gave me, and they basically want me to provide sponsorship dollars and to pay for space on a billboard at the football stadium or something like that. So as you page through this particular proposal, what you really don't see is any way that it's at all related to agriculture or science, right?
Actually, when I flipped through the proposal yesterday, all I wanted or understood is that, well, I kind of feel I want to go see a football game or a basketball game. I was not even thinking about sponsorship anymore.
Right.
Okay, I'm almost there, and I'm going to be a hooligan. That's it.
Yeah. Well, and again, there's a lot of different things that I could invest in, but they don't tell me what they cost, and they don't really say what I get for that investment. They don't tell me if I'm interested in recruiting agricultural students. They don't say anything about how many agricultural students will this piece cover. So I just. That, and the other thing that bothers me is Iowa State's colors are red and yellow, and it printed in orange. Like, what the hell? You can at least get the colors right. But anyway, I'll pass it around. Don't tell the athletics department I sent that around. But again, it was just that I wanted to provide a little comparison. Even the investment opportunities aside, one proposal was clearly more effective, and one proposal was clearly a dog. And in our activity, I think that you guys would have probably found that pretty quickly.
Okay, so this is what we were talking about earlier on, just maintaining contact with sponsors. So we're actually talking about cultivation. So it's just basically once they agree to give you money, well, it's not all the work that's done at that point. You have to keep your sponsors informed, and most student groups, unfortunately, forget to do so. I have a first-hand example on that. Canada or Iceland has gone to Poland for EDM last year, and we were sponsored by a few companies. And one of the students who was fully sponsored by Monsanto forgot to actually follow up with them, and what happened is, as all you know, actually the event was relocated from Belarus to Poland. Now, for a company who's targeting a specific geographic region, they might be disgruntled to know that they were not given the visibility in the area that was promised. That's the big news. So it's really important to give them further details so they really know what they're purchasing. In addition to that, it's really important to keep that contact so your organization or your committee has a consistent image and is known to be reliable, so they will not hesitate to sponsor you as well in the future, provided that they're satisfied with the service you gave them.
Yeah, again, I could probably give a couple of other examples of similar types of situations, but crucial information about the event itself. It's really important that you communicate with the sponsors. I mean, simple things like moving the opening ceremony times. This has happened on our campus before, where somebody was sending a person from a corporate office somewhere in Indiana, about 8 hours away, and for whatever reason, we moved the time that the person was supposed to present. We moved it up an hour, and they didn't realize it, so they had driven all of that way, only to find out that they had missed their session. It was because they didn't do a very good job of communicating with them. So those are the worst case scenarios. So I think it's important to come up with a plan for making sure that you maintain communication.
As well, do you have a question? Or you just...
No.
Okay. So just about that again, when you're giving updates, like whether it's the annual review or it's newsletters, any kind of buzzer mass content, you might want to think about your sponsors and that as well. What's in it for them? Like, you should give a content both for members and sponsors, even if it's just acknowledging that, oh yes, like we went to this place and we were sponsored by such company. That's always important because it gives them more recognition, and it also can consolidate what you've offered in your package.
Yeah, I can start on this. So this is a little bit to a point that we kind of were at earlier on, but people that are not sponsors or people that said no are still important to your organization a lot of times. And again, mostly because of cultivation. The idea that somebody said no to you once doesn't mean they're always going to say no. There's a lot of reasons other than beyond your particular pitch why somebody might have agreed to or not to. So even if somebody says no, it's important to maintain that relationship. And one of the key things that you can do, one thing that some of my organizations have done a really, really great job of is even if somebody's not planning on sponsoring, they invite them to attend a particular event, because the more that they experience the atmosphere of that particular event, the more likely they are to donate in future years. So for instance, if Jenna wanted me to sponsor IAAS, having me participate in this section and having an understanding of how you operate and the kind of things that your organization does would make me more likely to sponsor in the future, because I now understand the event a lot better. And so the organization that I showed with a light bulb, the Penn State conference that I was at, a lot of the sponsors this year were previously participants in the event. And it was by no accident that they finally gave. Over time, they learned the value and they could see the opportunity that they have within that organization. Because sometimes it's not overwhelmingly clear that they can get what they want out of it besides visibility. So in the case of that other organization, by attending, one of the companies that goes there found out that this is a national organization of agricultural colleges, American agricultural colleges, and the people that attend this event are all in student services within those agricultural colleges. So if you think about it, if you want to influence and be able to recruit more students, developing a network of student services professionals is a really great opportunity. But the companies that attended, the first time we introduced the idea of sponsoring it, they didn't understand why it would be important to them, because they thought it was all fundraisers and development association members. So just a great example. And then, like I said, I can go through a couple of other scenarios where a no could easily be turned into yes. We operate on a fiscal budget at Iowa State, and so if I didn't spend all of my money in a given fiscal year, I have every incentive to make sure that I spend my full budget. Otherwise, next year they won't give me as much money. So sometimes the timing of the ask is really, really important. And I think that especially when you're working with nonprofits that can't show a profit, but they want to maintain their budget, timing it around when they might have a little extra money is a pretty effective thing. I've seen that happen. Somebody that originally said no changed their mind because there's only a couple $1,000 in the budget. Same thing if there's new leadership in an organization. maybe it was a personal thing. And Andy's experience with Jenna was crappy, and I was never going to get money, but then they fired me, and somebody else comes in, right? So again, it could be a possibility that there's new leadership. And last but not least, to some extent, what we're selling through visibility is image, like we mentioned at the beginning of it. And so every now and then, a good crisis will come along where an organization might need to do some real reputational repair. And so sometimes, based on current events, the timing might be right for an organization to invest more in the nonprofit job.
Just a bit more about sponsor visibility. In the past events, it has come up a few times, and people seem to have conflictual understanding of what's being sponsored is what is endorsing company values or strictly just what a company does. So I'd just like to point out, as the first bullet point mentions, that there's a huge difference between receiving money from a company and then actually being, how would you say, someone who would carry a flag.
Flag bearer?
Yeah, who would be a flag bearer? So just in a sense that someone would actually dress themselves in the company colors and actually promote their message. As we've mentioned earlier on, there's different things that would trigger a sponsor to want to actually donate to an association. So just maybe sometimes put the lever down and actually try to think about that. So in most cases, as we mentioned earlier on, visibility is what we're giving to sponsors, not necessarily related to confidence. So just a bit about that. And then you want to also consider publicity reviews. So that would be previous, during, and after the event as well. And that can be done in several manners. We'll address this in the few slides that are coming up. Just wanted to.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is just a really good example of things you can do prior to the event, for instance, as a sponsorship opportunity. So in this case, this particular event that I went to, the primary sponsor was Penn State, and they were the host of it. But again, like you were saying, does that mean I'm the #1 flag-bearing Penn State fan in the world? No, I compete with them to some extent. But I understand that they're the sponsor of this particular event. And so for their sponsor solicitation package, for their conference registration, as a primary sponsor, they gave them a little bit of visibility before the show. So in addition, during the conference, I was a presenter at this particular conference. And one of the things that we were asked to do as presenters was to include a sponsor slide as a part of our presentation. So again, it was just wallpaper while I was introducing myself or whatever. And as a presenter, I took 10 seconds to thank the sponsors for that particular organization. And then this was just one simple little thing during the conference that this organization did that they were able to sort of demonstrate value back to their sponsors. And again, the point isn't necessarily that you would copy all of these or do exactly all of these. They're just suggestions for different kinds of things that you can do.
This is more about what you should do after an event. But first off, there's things that you should definitely do in your fundraising, and that's just for yourself, like having clear guidelines, realistic expectations, clarity in your time frame, but you also want to head into fundraising with an attitude of follow-up. So you always have to keep in mind that when the event's over, well, it's not really over. And you can do a variety of things for that. You can even plan a post-event party or a post-event session with your sponsors, just so they can get a sense of how their donations have had an impact on the ability of the event itself. So in that sense, you also want to keep in mind that it's a good opportunity for yourself and the reputation of your organization, just because sponsors also talk to one another. So when you have such an event with them, it's most likely to attract other sponsors in the future as well, just because you're getting good reputation out of it. So just on the screen here, you see a few things that you can do, or things that you can include your sponsorship in to give them visibility, and recognition. So that's on the conference proceedings, the online archive, the annual reports, having a good sponsor attend your event, or actually encourage your attendees to sign up. You guys can do that.
The other one I'd mention is that what I find for a lot of these events is that during the event you're so busy hosting it that you don't have an opportunity to pay much attention to things like social media. So usually right after the event there's a huge dump by an organization of every picture that they ever put on there. And so that's a great time to be thinking of the sponsors too after the fact. It can be as simple as getting them a quick thank you or whatever. But that's a really good time that most people kind of forget about because they're so excited about getting the proceedings and the pictures out that they forget the sponsors.
So, just getting back to following up, well, it really does set the tone for future sponsorship. And there's actually just another about asking for feedback. So that's whether your response was like positive and actually sponsoring you, or it can be like if it's a negative response also. And that actually prevents you from inheriting some bad situations. I've had some experiences that companies are like, well, I don't want to know anything about IAAS. Like 5 years ago, this happened, and then, you know, I'm a new person. I wasn't aware of this. Unfortunately, you have bad like years of tracking and records and just having a history. So when actually the person who's fundraising provides an effort to follow up, well then this prevents that kind of situation. But I'm not going to go into that for anyone on that. So yeah, so listening to follow up, always send thank you letter. Perhaps you can provide them with a reminder of the values that they received. Such examples include like the number of attendees and other things that we've listed there. You guys follow? So I think this was
Just like 3 minutes. Or do you have to move on to the next?
Continue, please. Okay, so this is basically a reflection that we want to have collectively. We would like to know what are your ideas and what you would like to do actually to recognize the major sponsors for this event. If you'd like to do maybe a small project as a group here, that would be interesting. So I would like for you to just shoot ideas and try to include what we've just talked about in the last hour as how we could follow up and say thank you to those sponsors.
Any ideas of just simple things that you can do wouldn't take a lot of your time?
Over like conference, we could like make little snippets of people individually saying thank you, and then combine all those snippets together to make a YouTube video and send the link out.
That's cool. The best part of that idea, especially as a sponsor, is if they can't be here in person to witness the event, seeing the faces of the participants is always hugely impactful.
Maybe can you just say for each company what they do or what's so this see it as I don't know, that can be maybe
I think we'll let someone from the OC answer that one. The question was to just maybe explain briefly what each company does and how they're related to the event.
Well, CHS is a international cooperative company. So they work with all different countries around the world. I don't know which countries those are, but it's a very large cooperative, and they have local cooperatives that farmers go to for goods, essentially.
And then what about the our company?
So I have a farm bureau. It's going to be like any farm bureau. It's just an organization for agriculturalists and farmers. So Minnesota has one as well, and there's an American Farm Bureau, and it's just where certain states can go to represent their issues in agriculture. Say we have in the U.S. we have the Farm Bill is a big controversy kind of thing, and you can get local support through those organizations as well. And the Iowa Corn Growers Association is for farmers that specifically grow corn.
and they can meet and discuss topics. Any questions?
So, we've had the idea of making just a collective video with snippets of testimonies. Is there any other idea that comes to mind?
Same thing, but eating more.
I actually have to speak beforehand, so you okay. So, maybe I'd just like to see what kind of level of interest you guys have in actually putting that forward. Would you guys want to raise your hand just to get an idea if you're actually interested in making that little video to say thank you? Can you please raise your hand now if you are interested in doing that? If you're interested in doing a small video, like just smiling or saying thank you or whatever for the sponsors, just raise your hand. Okay, so can we just agree that everyone is more or less willing to do that? Pardon? If they judge that it's acceptable or not. Okay, so maybe you would like to find a time to do that during the conference, so we can have a present for the OC and the sponsors as well. Cool. Excuse me? Is there someone who feels that they're motivated enough to be the person who's leading this project? It can be someone from OC, it can be someone who has editing skills, graphic skills, someone who wants to eat a lot of corn. So just you can raise your hand if you're motivated to do that.
Software program as involved with another organization that did something similar.
Well, if you guys are, I don't want to lead the project, but I'm just saying that if you guys are motivated to be filmed, I'll gladly edit it for you guys. So we just need someone who wants to lead the effort, gather people, and actually film it.
I was going to do that.
Awesome. So we'll figure out when we can do that within the schedule, and you guys are all going to be eating corn.
Sorry, is there room for a general question?
Yeah.
Because there is an issue which I'm Teresa from Italy. There is an issue which we often face as association in my country, and it's that as students in agriculture, and as agriculture is so much impacting on society, we have a political view on our sector. So on every event that we need to organize, it's always rising up the question if we have to keep a political line in which companies we are contacting for organizing our event, or if we just should ask every possible sponsor just to get the money to make that event happen. And I would like to know if you had experience with such issue, and I don't know, with the other NGO that you worked in, which suggestion would be for this?
Sure. So the question, I think, of corporate sponsorship of non-corporate organizations, I think a lot of organizations think through that. In the case of the organization I had that really embraced sponsorship, that was only a recent development. So for years, and this was in the U.S., which is maybe a little bit more or less protective of certain types of production agriculture as some of the European countries, but there was some serious concerns about companies like Monsanto, for instance, sponsoring an organization of educational institutions that were related to agriculture. What I'll say that you should do when you're thinking about sponsoring these packages, well, first of all, the quickest way to lose money in terms of sponsorship is to provide a bad experience the first go round, right? So you can flood the market and solicit sponsors from the entire world, even if you, ethics aside, but if you don't deliver on what they want, you'll never get that sponsorship again. So what our organization did was they were very, very clever about what they were going to offer a specific sponsor, right? And so even if there would have never been a scenario where they would have offered them a principal sponsorship of the entire conference to an organization or to an industry organization. They really limit the scope of what they're willing to offer in terms of sponsorships. Now, it's a little easier because the alumni associations for those organizations were willing to be the principal sponsor of that conference. I can tell you that there was a lot of talk about what we were and what we were not willing to do for an industry-related sponsor. We were not willing to put a logo on every single name tag of every participant of that particular organization. I think it's important, though, as you're organizing these events and the sponsorship packages, just to be real deliberate about what you're going to offer. But if you're going to take the money from any organization or any sponsor, I think that you should expect it. If they're good enough to take money from, they're good enough to recognize for getting that money. And so if you're going to draw a line and say we're not going to take it from these organizations, then it should be really, really clear that you're not going to do it. Because to do it for 1 year and then to not take it from them later on, it destroys your reputation in terms of an event for future sponsorships. So just be very mindful about what you're willing to do. It's a tough decision, but for our organization, it was anything that was going to touch every single member for the entirety of the conference, completely off limits to an organization that was politically charged. Did that help? Or?
Yes, sure. If there's time, I would like to add something. In our case, this is even more complicated because we have an international network and then all national committees. And there is very different points of view from the different nations which organize in an independent way the different meetings. So from the IAAS logo or name, you can see like sponsored by very opposite people. So it's kind of hard for us to find like an image and to say, okay, yes, it's like that. So
but then again, like the image idea is super interesting, but you have to keep in mind that we're a non-political association. So even like, I understand, like, since we come from very different countries, we might like also want to consider that some companies have a very negative impact in countries that we actually have members in. But then again, they might have a super positive impact in another country. Now, I'm not talking about like weighing what's like best or not. Just like thinking, okay, well, let's take the good part maybe, and like remind ourselves that we don't have political affiliation. So if, as you said, we have a broad spectrum of sponsors who have very different areas of occupation or very different corporate values, well, that actually is a reflection of that we're just we're not political at all. Is there anything else?
So for a follow-up, thank you note card video. What's like the time frame that you should be sending that? Is there like a time where like, oh, well, it's already a month past, so I'm not sending it anymore?
You should do it pretty quickly afterwards, but I don't think it's ever too late. If given the choice of being late or not sending it at all, you would definitely much rather be late on that. But I would try to do it within, the first 3 weeks or so after a conference, just so it's still fresh in that sponsor's mind. And again, you probably want to be asking that sponsor if everything went according to what they were looking for and make sure that they were happy with it, because it gives you a chance to respond. And from your experience too with that company where you were repairing that relationship, I mean, how quickly did you respond?
Well, actually, I think I responded quickly from the point that I knew that the situation was in such a bad state. So it actually took me within a week. I think it's weird analogy maybe. And I think like in many ways, like good fundraising is like good dating. Because you have to maintain the relationship, it has to be clear, you have to know what people are expecting from you, you have to deliver on those expectations, then you have to have a clear time, like a time frame set up. So like when you wait too long to tell your boyfriend that you're sorry you forgot his birthday, well, it's kind of the same thing with a sponsor or someone who donates. It's like, oh, I forgot to say thank you. Like, oh. like, come on, kind of. It's sort of like you have to act like as quickly as possible.
Do you get any involved for the, I don't know, card or a letter or
I think as personal as you can be, I don't think how you deliver the message is as important as the personal sentiment that you provide within that. So, and keeping in mind what that organization is sponsoring for us, right? So if Iowa Farm Bureau is really interested, particularly in the Iowa State students as being a part of the future workforce, I think you could talk about how, when you're thanking them, you would tell them about what you gained out of the experience and why it was so great. So sometimes I think that that's even more effective than saying we had all of these students from all of these different countries and you give them the statistics. I think it's good to include that, but as much as you can say, you know, I personally experienced the opportunity to meet with Emily from Canada and I forgot the name from Italy. You know, I think that provides a little less value than or a little more value than your personal story. So I'd say if you have an appropriate contact, and we can work with our development office to figure out, you know, how those particular thank yous would be delivered. But I mean, email or personal card would probably go a long way, and they're really simple, easy things to do.
The last year in the work with Chile, we say thanks to our sponsor in a very important magazine of Chile, of agriculture, and we put thanks for all our sponsors and put their logo, you know, in one page. Yeah, and you.
Did you guys pay for that?
Huh?
Did you guys pay for that?
No, because the magazine sponsors us. The magazine don't give money, but give them commission. And the company wants that show in newspaper, magazines, internet, you know, and that is the best and one against
I would think along the same lines. I mean, so the colleges are sponsored for this particular event, but they also happen to have publications that the Farm Bureau members will probably are reading. And so we work with our alumni association office, and they might give you advertising space in our alumni. But well, this.
Is there anything else that you'd like to work on?
I'll get the slides.
Sure. Sure thing. Is there should I just deliver the?
Well, great, guys. I think we went to a slow start, but I'm happy to see that you're getting interest as the presentation went on. So, and applause to you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, we're just going to take a break.
Okay, yeah, I'm thinking of.
Yeah.
Would you like to? Would you like to?
You can send it back to me to participate if you want. Okay, are you guys ready?
Are you having a program? I think it's a book.
Before we take a break?
No.
Yeah, want to do a photo first?
Yeah.
Do that? Okay, now we're all going to take a photo in our nice clothes. And then we'll do our tradition. Yeah. So does everyone want to come up in this area?
Well then, if Jenna, then we should.
And after that, we will collect all guys here.
We can do it.
Yes. I have another one.
Does it make me see this over?
Yeah.
We still have the live stream on. Should I turn it off? It's really old. I know, now you can see it. I think we should be fine. Oh, really? You're presenting? Yeah. Yeah, I see the screen. Come, come! Okay, later. Oh, what? Your flag? Oh, maybe I grab flags. Where am I now? Yeah, I was looking for window background. I'll move that. Yeah, we'll just put it behind people. Okay. We're gonna have to look at this. Maybe I turn it off, but okay, more people up here. Now, I was thinking about it, yeah.